Wednesday edition of Wire to Wire. Hello from Horseshoe Indianapolis, a terrific midweek edition of the pre-race show alongside Racing Rachel M, track announcer John G. Dooley. We've got 9 races on tap, including a couple of premier races. Today's card will feature the running of the Peony Handicap and the Bucaro Handicap to wrap up a 9-race all-thoroughbred card here today. And Rachel, for all those fans that are tuning in, and of course those that are joining us here on track, know nice summer day here in town. The temperatures in the 80s, mostly sunny skies, and we've got a fast main track and the turf course. No portable rail up on the Caesars course here today for a couple of premier races. The course rated good.
Yeah, super excited for a tremendous day of racing. Going to be a really fun betting card. Was just talking about it earlier, and really there's some nice options today. A couple of really fun baby races. My fireworks are going to go off today, so hopefully not too crazy of fireworks, but still a really nice day of racing, and just excited to get it started. Maddie C is going to be here. Dan is on his way, but right now the OG crew holding down the Wire to Wire show, me, you, and B.
Yep, we got Brian Aragoni coming up in a bit on the B block, talking about the 50-cent early pick 5, and he hit the late pick 5 yesterday on his free tip sheet. And also Racing Rachel had a good day insofar as picking those winners on our Tuesday racing card. But 9 thoroughbred races on tap here today for the official race day forecast. It's that time here on the pre-race show to check in with our friend Krista McEnany standing by, the Weather Authority Fox 59. And Krista, we've got a couple of premier handicaps on today's card, the Peony and the Bucaro. How's the forecast looking?
It is going to be a warm day out of the track. We'll look at temperatures in the mid-80s this afternoon, falling to the upper 70s by the time you're heading on home. We are tracking the chance for some showers and storms around. Here we are at 5 o'clock this afternoon. We will see those chances near the Shelbyville area closer to 7, 8 o'clock. Some of these storms could be on the stronger side. Enjoy the races.
All right, Krista McEnany, I did hear
We'll
7
allow
or
it.
8 o'clock hour. And,
We'll allow it.
We do have 9 races with the finale scheduled to go off before 7 o'clock here Eastern, and we kick off at 2:10. So let's hope that forecast that Krista and the Weather Authority Fox 59 will be spot on, mentioning that any severe weather might come after we wrap up our card here today. Don't forget, racing on Thursday and also on Saturday. That's an all-quarter horse card kicking off at 10:45 a.m.
Can't wait.
But going back to our Tuesday racing program, how about a riding double? Fernando de la Cruz, he tops the meet leaderboard. He started yesterday with 54 wins, closed out Tuesday's card with 56.
Yeah, I try to highlight all the jockeys fairly. It's hard to do so when you have such great. Thank you. I try to make sure that I show a little bit of everybody and not just Fernando every day or Marcelino every day, but couldn't go away from him. He had a double. yeah, so had to do it. But he had a really nice double yesterday. How did you say this one?
Tia Roa.
Tia Roa, that's what I said. Okay. The 2, just a really nice race. And, Phil Bauer, someone texted him, and my buddy John texted him and said, Rachel's hyping you up. And he said, she's lying. Him and Richard Rickney, amazing guys. And what a nice win for them.
Daughter of Vacoma. I mean, look at her go. And her leading jockey, Fernando de la Cruz.
They look
this was
so
the first
good.
of his 2 wins yesterday. Yeah, she absolutely put her best foot forward. Congratulations, Phil Bauer, you mentioned, Rigney Racing under Fernando de la Cruz to Tia Roa. That was a sharp win.
Yeah, it was a very sharp win. And then we also had a really nice one in race 8. Mr. Moneymaker, who used to have a barn here, brings them by every once in a while still. And number 5, Company You Keep, a very nice win. We've
been mentioning Santos Sanjo has been seeing the ball. He was on the front runner, Monumental Justice, and tried to pull this off, but Company You Keep kept Monumental Justice right there in the crosshairs throughout, and Company You Keep at 8-5. This was Brian's single, by the way, in the 50-cent late fire 5, so nailed it with Brian's pick. Company You Keep, Fernando de la Cruz, double on the day, 56 tops of the meet.
Yeah, and today also, got to make sure to keep those names in. I'm sure we didn't have the standings updated, but some of the leading trainers and jockeys today, especially in these Indiana bred stakes, Fernando de la Cruz is a name you need to remember. John Horan, Randy Klopp, Marcelino Pedroza. These are our top people, and they've got these really nice horses this year. Very excited to see what they're going to do in our handicaps later.
Riding double yesterday, Fernando de la Cruz, 56 for the meet. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. right now, the silver medal. Mitchell Murrow, he just had a couple of wins on his birthday on Monday. He's right there in the top 3, and certainly Amir Mendoza, another now journeyman jockey. He's the top candidate
crushing.
For the Juan Saez Leading Apprentice Award for the season at the end of the meet. But now a journeyman jockey, and Amir, one of those riders with a 30 or more wins, absolutely crushing it, is Amir Mendoza. Continues to climb up the leaderboard, and you mentioned the top trainers here so far this meet. You've got Gennaro Garcia, Randy Klopp, they're 1-2. By the way, quick quarter horse mention, because we do have that all quarter horse card here on Saturday. Jimmy Brooks, veteran jockey, 1,115 career wins, Grade 1 winner. He took out, after all, the Grade 1 All-American Derby at Rio Doso, won the Texas Derby there at Lone Star Park back over 10 years ago. But Jimmy Brooks won the Monday quarter horse finale and won the finale yesterday too. So just keep your eyes on some of our top quarter horse jockeys. The quarter horse side of things being led by Eduardo Luna Diaz, Tim Eggleston, the quarter horse meet leaders. They'll certainly be back in action on Saturday with an old quarter horse card. Speaking of today, it's Wednesdays are for winning for all of you Racing Rachel's Warriors in this contest. Rach, it's named for you. It's for those on track.
Yeah, please join us here in Racing Rachel's Warriors. It's a huge final, too. So to draw you in, have you make a trip here to Horseshoe Indianapolis, you could win $2,000 in the final. And only the people who do win each week are the top handicapper get to compete in that. $100 for first, $75 for second, and $25 for third here on track. And we got some nice races included in the contest today.
Yeah, let's talk about that. So among our races today, 9 thoroughbred races, we've got a couple of premier handicaps, the Peony and the Bucaro. And of course, when we think of Bucaro, one of the all-time winningest Indiana breds in history. After all, trained by Tim Gleishaw, took Bucaro overseas to compete against the world's best there at Royal Ascot, answered that challenge and ran well in doing so there that year in England, named after Bucaro today. And we've got Dan Cronin joining us, and along with, of course, the Adonis of horse racing, Matt Carruthers, taking to X this morning to mention he'll be joining us for a few times this year. Will be Maddie, and that's great news.
Yeah, super excited to see Matt here today. Everyone will be. I got to tell you guys, I've said it before, I'll say it again. I get stopped more for Matt Carruthers than I do myself or anyone else that's ever been here. I'm telling you. John Dooley takes a close second, because we'll be up here and I'll see someone coming up and they're like, John, can I have a picture with you? And I'm like, see you guys later. Like, I'm chopped liver. No, just kidding. The guy last time got both. I know it is false, but it's true sometimes. Anyways, very excited. I'm sure everyone here will be excited to see Matty. He's on his way. But we are going to just talk quickly about the 8th race and the 9th. You know, these are some really nice stakes races. So what were your thoughts in the Peony? I think that honestly that this one's tough, but I think the Bucaro's tougher. I went 3-1, and I think most people are going to go with Louder Than Words in here.
Yeah, Tony Granitz. I think that's stable. I mean, he's been kind of, warming up as the summers rolled along. Marcelino Pedroza Jr., I think he's due. I mean, he's sitting second in the jockey standings, and he's been kind of like just, knocking at the door. I think today a day for Marcelino to add another to his meet total.
Yeah, you might be right. I went with Royal Justice here on top. Fernando off of a double.
Good way to go.
Yeah, I know. These two really I love. And then I have a little bit of a long shot with Kenny McPeak's horse, but we'll talk here with Royal Justice, Aaron West for Greg Justice, who I believe I just saw walk down the, look at you guys. Good job. You got it. July 5th. Now, this is last year, you guys, and this is a mile on the grass, and it's the Ellen's Lucky Star. It was for $100,000, and she won by, look at that, she won by 6.5 lengths. Temple Painter was in there and was second, and then Temple Painter came back on the dirt and beat her next out in the First Lady. But look at that commanding win that Royal Justice had. She definitely is a tough contender in here, and she's only ran once this year on July 29th in an allowance, and it was a winner. So Aaron knows he takes his time with this mare, or this filly. She's a 4-year-old filly by Cloud Computing, and she's my top selection. And it was really neck and neck for me with the one Louder Than Words, Marcelino Pedroza. This 7-year-old mare, though, turf, she's ran well on it recently, which I like. It was at a mile, and it was allowance 30,000, but I just had to give the edge to the 3. There's a 9-horse field, some scratches in here. The 2 is out. The 8, 12, 13, and 14 also are out of here, and it's going to be a nice one. I liked his Forever too, so I think a super for me would be 3, 1, 5, 7. In this race, and I don't think that you have this scratch while I talk about the next one. Under the palms, though, Manny Esquivel, Kenny McPeak is aboard. His 5-year-old male, you're welcome, coming off a win as well, but the question mark is turf. We're going a mile and 60 on the grass. She has ran a 3rd on Indiana turf. You have to go back a while, but it's going to be interesting to see what she does today, returning to the grass. And then I'll just go ahead and go straight to the 9th race. This is the 22nd running of the Bucaro Stakes. handicap, $100,000 guaranteed, a mile and a 16th on the grass. The 3 Stormback is out of here in the 13 and 14. I'm not sure if they ever scratched that AE15 Junkyard Justice yet. Not yet. So we're going to hold off on that.
I think it's in, though.
It is in. It is going to run. Okay, good. So we're not waiting. That horse will run. And it always consider the AEs. I'm just going to advise you of that. Now, I went back and forth between the 12 and the 5, the 12 and the 5. I love Chicory Blaze, but I really, really love Gas Alley. I'll just get Gas Alley out of the way, and then I wanted to look at one of Chicory Blaze's last races. I would show this race, but it was at Colonial, and I didn't have time to try to find somebody to get it to me. Mike and Penny Lauer own this one. We just saw Swiss Meringue win for Lauer in this race in a very similar fashion. I feel like he uses these allowance races as preps for these stakes, which obviously is what a lot of them do. But I feel like Lauer uses races for training where he's going to go in a handicap, and just keep an eye on him. That horse just won 4-year-old gelding by Street Boss, just won a $72,000 allowance at Colonial with J-Love aboard, and that's my top pick. The numbers are high and above, not high and above, but they are bigger than the rest of the field. So I had to give the nod to Gas Alley, who put up an 88 Brisnet speed figure last out on the grass, going the same distance. But let's look at Chicory Blaze's last effort. July 30th was this last race here. It was at a mile on the grass and won by a neck in there. Gas Alley has beat Chicory Blaze as well. In the past, you see 3 back, but what a nice lead. And he kind of was a little, that horse on the rail right there is kind of having a hard time. Was that Chicory Blaze? No,
well,
he got the nod. And
the horse on the rail was
is the one.
Shankar. And by the way, Shankar came back, had a really tough trip just the other day. Shankar.
Oh, really? Again? So he's just having bad trip after bad
Chicory
trip.
Blaze caught Shankar close home there. So.
That was a nose. What do you mean a neck? I started thinking I had the wrong horse for a second because it says a neck. Craig, that was a nose. But anyways, definitely a nice win last out and a nice speed figure as well, 86. So they're right there. The nod goes to Gas Alley as that was at the distance of a mile and a 16th. This race was at a mile. So that's just how I see it. And then I'm going to go with the 4 VMAX. I don't think you can leave that one out. And then I got scolded by Seth Morrow today because I did not mention the defending champion, Runaway Rojo, when me and Steve Vick were talking. So love you, Steve. Sorry about that. You're totally right. Can't go without mentioning the Asmussen trainee. And Keith, is Keith still aboard? I just saw he was in Hawaii yesterday. Like 20 hours ago, he's on a catamaran with Andy, and now he's riding. So he's going to have some luck. I wouldn't be shocked if Runaway Rojo gets it. Yeah. So definitely a fun race, fun betting angles, and it's going to be a good time. So be sure to join us for those stakes races. Those handicaps and premier racing that we do have today are going to be really fun on the grass.
We sometimes see
getting all out of my...
We sometimes see Andy B. and Cone Asmussen here in town. Of course, they got the Kentucky Downs race meet coming up. But we also want to mention, by the way, speaking of Mike and Penny Lauer, those horses that they've run at Colonial Downs, obviously a lot of turf racing there, including the Million at Colonial Downs and the Beverly D. But obviously a tough turf meet there in Virginia. Those horses that Mike does run there, and in the case of, you're talking about in the Bucaro Stakes, talking about some of the Gas Alley, ran really well there. So those horses are certainly making an impact when Mike brings them back here to town to the Hoosier State. Certainly we're watching that angle. Back in the day, I mean, talking about former Indiana Grand, of course now Horseshoe Indianapolis for a couple of decades, horses that used to race up in Chicago, for example, like at Hawthorne, they always would come in town and make an impact.
Do
here
really
too.
well.
So now we're keeping our eye on those Colonial Downs.
And you still have to watch for Valley. If Valley comes in, just mark it down.
Yeah, keeping an eye on certainly Gas Alley. And by the way, Danny Sheehy, who partners Gas Alley for the Lauers, had a win yesterday. Nice win for them on the turf course. So keep that in mind too. Danny Sheehy also riding this week, getting on the score sheet here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We mentioned coming up soon, the B block here on the pre-race show had the 50-cent late fire 5 yesterday, turned over a bit of a profit. You also
and he had a bunch of winners
too. Yeah, you did good too.
But he had 6 winners and gave out the pick 5. Right. So be sure to watch B's tip sheet and get your notepads out because he is about to tell you who he likes in this early pick 5 as well.
Brian was told by Dan Cronin, "Don't fall off."
Yeah, there you go. Don't fall off, bro.
I'd like to salute all of our sponsors. Leading off, with Murphy Trailer Sales. Bruce Murphy, Lori Murphy, ring them up, 765-361-8803. Terrific customer service and loyalty since 1984. Terrific, too. Murphy Trailer Sales, one of our great sponsors here, racing in 2026. 32 minutes away from the first of the day. Also, cheers to B&H Electric as they try to light up our lives here in the Hoosier State. They're in town, also in Seymour and Bloomington, and they're on the web at bh-electric.com. Cheers to Midwest Rancher. They signed on sponsorship-wise with us here for racing at Horseshoe Indianapolis for the 2026 race meet going all the way through the middle part of November. They're on the web at midwestrancher.com, 812-680-4204. Or if you're driving to Seymour, check them out at 101 West Laurel Street. And I know you know the guys from Midwest Rancher. They a lot of great products there from them.
Yes, definitely. They came out measured, and they're going to do my fence, and it lasts 40 years. It'll be the last fence you ever have to buy.
Russ Hubler Automotive. Their dealership is in Greensburg. They're on the web at russhublerford.com, 812-663-7621. We've got NOLA Racing, live racing here on Friday. So if you're stopping by the dealership, just tell them that Racing Rachel
That's
M
right.
sent you. Social media-wise, we got you covered on X at John G. Dooley. I won't be here tomorrow. It'll be Jimmy McInerney as I do my civic duty. Jury duty there for Marion.
So jealous.
Racing Rachel. I'll put your name in the suggestion
I
box.
love true crime, guys, and they never ask me to do jury duty.
Martha Clausen. Martha will be waiting in the wings until Saturday when she joins us here at Martha Clausen. Big all-quarter horse card here on Saturday morning from 10:45 a.m. There's Brian Aragoni. Brian chomping at the bit after hitting that 50-cent Late Fire 5 ticket on Tuesday's card. He's standing by to tell us more about his thoughts and analysis on the 50-cent early pick 5 on today's card on X at Mr. B Analyst. And track-wise, we've got you covered on socials. Be sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel at Horseshoe Indianapolis Racing. So we've got 9 on tap here today. The flag at half staff as we honor the memory and the unbelievable legend of Dolly Parton. Main track is fast, turf course is good, and there's no portable rail up on the turf course. We've got the Peony and the Bucaro, and we all remember Dolly as you always work 9 to 5. So.
I always do work 9 to 5.
Coming up after a quick commercial break, we'll be joining Brian Aragoni there in the Bee Cave for the B Block for Racing Rachel. Dan Cronin will be joining us today along with Maddie Carruthers. John G. Dooley for now saying we're done. Have fun.
Bye for now.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
Place your bets with confidence, whether you use handicapping insights like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. And now you can race to victory with Twin Spires tournaments.
Welcome back to Horseshoe Indianapolis B Block here at Wire to Wire on a handicap-filled day. We've got 3 races on that turf course, more racing grass challenges as well with those nice $100,000 handicaps on the back end of the card. I mean, they are some very nice fields assembled today, but we've got a nice card all the way up and down the lineup. Maiden special weight events, going to crown some more maidens. We've got some 2-year-olds that, when I looked at it, looked like 2-year-old events that you might see at the likes of Ellis or Churchill and whatnot. Certainly an intriguing card here at Horseshoe Indy. So let's get started. 28 minutes to first post. 5.5 furlongs going to be the distance in here. 3-year-old state-bred competition, all looking for their first career victory. No scratches or changes, a common theme throughout the early portion of this card. And I'm going to go 1, 3, and 6 in this spot. I had a difficult time navigating through this one. I think today, juniors, a horse who it's been hit or miss, kind of runs in spots in certain races. Could be a potential big factor in here. They did run on July 4th, last seen on Independence Day. They broke sharp. They were kind of ridden away. Fernando de la Cruz, as he usually does, puts his horses in a good spot. Today, Junior was in that good spot, but was always in chase mode. They were really out of the bit quite early against Only God Knows, and they were always chasing, never looked truly happy, but they did hold off the rest of that field to hold on for second. Obviously, Unbridled Valor is going to be a participant as well. These two could hook up at the top of the lane because Today Junior wants to be on the lead. Unbridled Valor is awfully close, was really in a match race throughout. The top two had it all their own way with Prayer for Victory and Unbridled Valor. They hooked up and they went all the way around AC Ducey, all the way around the racetrack, and Unbridled Valor just did not get the bob that day. The one that I think could sit a great trip, and if they're able to be tactical like they were, Scotty Mullen's Favorite Star. This is a horse that's going to be the separator. The 1 and the 6, everyone's going to include those two. Favorite Star, Scott Mullins owns and trains. Gutierrez should get a great trip in here. I know they were at the maiden claiming event, but they go up to maiden special weight. Unbridled Valor has been at the maiden claiming before. Today Junior never has, but Favorite Star, his numbers are in line with the others, and he should just get a great trip. If the 1 and the 6 go very quick, I think Favorite Star, who is the top selection, could be a player in here and could potentially be a big factor. It would be a great separator to start off this early pick 5. $5,000 claimers take main stage for the first leg of that 15% takeout pick 4. Scratch 3, Creative Minister, along with 4, Chiringo. Those are out. Leaves us with a quartet set to go to the gate. We're going to use Spinning Pride along with Do You Wanna Dance? Randy Matthews, Joseph Bielmer. Bielmer's been hot. He's been hot. He had a big win over at Ellis, got his confidence up, and since then he's come to Horseshoe Indianapolis, picked up a couple of wins as well. Do You Wanna Dance? Along with Spinning Pride, who should be the speed in here. We'll see if Spinning Pride gets Dylan Machado another victory in this spot. Ethan West's going to have a big day at Horseshoe Indianapolis. He rolls out a lot of horses from the West Barn. Always like to see Ethan West over here at Horseshoe Indianapolis rolling out some talented ones, and we'll see if they can get their day started off with a win with Spinning Pride. Race 3 will go 1 mile, stretch it out. That starting gate run by Oscar Quiros, him and his team at the starting gate have done an excellent job all meet long. They do a great job getting horses out and getting them out not only safely but also fairly across the board. And they'll start right in front of where they all hope to finish for the first time in their career. That would be the winner's circle with the 1 mile distance. No scratches or changes to be reported. 1, 2, and 3 in here. We're going to play against Noble Anthem. Bowen Thoroughbred Racing is switched from Ronnie Maquette over to Vicky Oliver, Mario Gutierrez. I hope that this horse takes a lot of action. They ran on Kentucky Derby Day in the undercard and made a special weight event. They're getting a load of class relief in here. But my guess is you might have a situation in which you've got an unhappy ownership. They did run fairly well on debut over at Oaklawn Park. Then they went to Keeneland. They went off at 4-1, ran 5th. Numbers are good. They regressed last time out in what was expected to be a very salty race. 38-1. And after that, I'm not going to read into it too much, but switching from Ron Maquette to Vicky Oliver, I don't see that Vicky Oliver has ever had ownership or horses with Bowen Thoroughbred Racing, but we'll see. Excuse me, so unprofessional, just could not hold it out, but that's why you're looking at Brian Aragoni and not someone like the talented Rachel McLaughlin or Maddie Carruthers that you will see later. So, but we're going to play against Noble Anthem in here, 2-1 on the board. 1, 2, and 3 for me. Obolette is a horse that I think is going to be a big overlay. Jeff Greenhill, 5-2. Alex Richard has been red hot. Brad Cox is going to take some action where Fernando de la Cruz lands. And then the firster took a while to get to the racetrack. The 4-year-old by Uncle Mo with Lasix for the first time. Uncle Pablo. Boy, I'm excited to see John G. Dooley's call down the lane if Uncle Pablo is in with a big chance. 1, 2, and 3 for yours truly with the main handicapping take that we are going to try and beat the 5 in the third. Race 4 doesn't kick off today's Late Fire 5. In fact, the Late Fire 5 will be in the 5th race. On the dirt in here, scratch number 6, Ox Babe, a field of first-time starters, only 2 horses with experience. We're going to use both those horses with experience. First-time starters, complete guessing game. Not a whole lot to go off of based on breeding and whatnot. You've got some horses that are all debuting for a tag. Make what you want of that. I do think the horses with experience will have an edge in here, albeit their experience hasn't necessarily been the most rewarding to date. I typically like to think if a horse has shown much, if anything, in the morning, they'll try the maiden special weight level simply because the purse separator. However, the purse difference in this one, not all that much. Our maiden special weight's right around 40, 47, 43 sometimes that I make note of. This one right at 40. So maiden claiming in for a tag. Not too many are going to dive into the claiming box at the maiden 40 ranks. So this might as well be a maiden special weight with that. No strong opinions. 1 through 5. We'll take a stand against the 7 and the 8. Hopefully they don't jump up and run big. I do know James Watkins. He's 33% here. He's 0 for 13 with first-time starters, 0 for 1 with this ownership group. And then Aloha Kim, Troy Wismer, just doesn't have a ton of first-time starters that he rolls out. This will only be his 5th first-time starter, 0 for 4 with the previous 4. And this one is the first full Aloha Kim by Perfect Kimberly S. Race 5, 12,500 claimers going a mile and 70 yards in here with this all-dirt early pick 5. It does begin that late fire 5 with a couple of very nice handicaps on the back end of the card. No scratches or changes. We're going to narrow it down in here. Rapid Justice. Now, is this the Rapid Justice that ran up 130,000 last year as a 3-year-old? Not the same Rapid Justice by any means, but I do think this version of Rapid Justice, this 4-year-old version of Rapid Justice, is just better than a lot of those group, even in the current state of affairs for the old Rapid Justice. So a horse who certainly did not blossom from 3 to 4. The numbers would confirm that. Hasn't really turned over the page, but now gets a ton of class relief from allowance to claiming. We saw Thomas Medina do this a couple weeks ago where he dropped a horse who had been out of form and jumped up and run a monstrous effort. That could be the case with Rapid Justice. And then I think Henry the Hank, Mitch Merle, Jonathan Nance in here. Don't look now, but how about the Nance gang winning at 16% this season? Kudos to them. And I know Shelly Nance is hoping that Jonathan gets another winner in the old W column with this 5-year-old gelding who's got 2 wins, 6 second and third place finishes. This should be the leader. This should be your front runner. I think Henry the Hank is the horse to catch. Probably deserved to win on May 18th, in which they were likely going to win with ease when they drifted out. No matter what Mitch Merle did, continued to drift to that outer rail. He went right, he went left, he pulled on that left rein and shifted his weight. Just couldn't get the horse to straighten out, and it certainly cost them the win that day as the beaten favorite at 7-5. After that, they didn't get the lead and just kind of ran evenly in place. They've been the beaten favorite at this level 2 times this year, but I do think they're the controlling speed in here. Henry the Hank, along with the class-dropping Rapid Justice, as we kick off that late fire 5 with a couple of back-end handicaps, the Peony handicap and the Bucaro handicap as well. A very awesome day of Horseshoe Indy. Not only do we have Dan Cronin on track, but also Minnesota's own Maddie Carruthers joining us live and in person here in Shelbyville on a beautiful day. We're fast and good, 20 minutes away from race number 1. John G. Dooley's getting those steps in at the 15-minute mark. He'll take you through today's scratches and changes, and we'll be off and running before you know it. Good luck.
Good afternoon from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Hello now from the broadcast booth. Great to have you with us today. Track announcer John G. Dooley, an all thoroughbred card with 9 of them on tap. Partly sunny. Temperatures in the 80s. Main track fast and the turf course rated good. There's no portable rail up out there on that Caesars course. A couple of premier handicaps. The Peony and the Bucaro handicap headline the day. If you have your From Gate to Glory programs near, let's take a look at the changes and corrections on today's racing program right now. Opening maiden sprint starts the 50-cent early pick 5. Top of the card, all 7 run. No scratches, no rider changes. Number 4, Box, add 1 pound to the listed program weight. That's in the maiden sprint opener. Race 2 daily starts the $1 early pick 4 in our seconds of the day. Scratch number 3, Creative Minister, and take out the 4, Chiringo. With those scratches, no show wagering, no trifecta, and no superfecta. No show, no trifecta, no superfecta. Scratch the 3 and the number 4. Number 1, Cringe, races in the sprint with no hind shoes. No hind shoes for 1, Cringe. Starts the $1 early pick 4. On to the third we go. Here in the maiden mile, number 6, The Coldest to Ever Do It. A change of jockey to Victor Carrasco. Victor Carrasco will partner the newcomer, number 6, The Coldest to Ever Do It, in the maiden mile. The 4th race, a maiden sprint for the juvenile fillies. Scratch 6, Oxbabe. Number 6, Oxbabe has been scratched. 7, Velvet Freeze, a change of jockey to Santo Sanjor. Santo Sanjor will ride number 7. That's a newcomer. Velvet Freeze. Number 8, Aloha Kim. Debuts for Beach Springs Stables LLC. Hume Warnell, the principal, and Troy Wismer. 8, Aloha Kim. Postword for Beach Springs Stables LLC, Hume Warnell, and Troy Wismer. Race 5 starts the 50-cent late fire 5. All thoroughbred card today. 5th race, no changes, 11 run. Race 6 starts the $1 Itoba late pick 4. And in the turf mile, 9 run. Race 6 due at 4:45. There are no changes. On to race 7 we go. And here in the maiden juvenile dash, scratch 2, Red Clay Runaway. Take out the 6, Glacier. Scratch the 7, Legendary Odds, and the 8, Biathlon. Scratch the 2, 6, 7, and the number 8. Number 3, Toll Booth Willie, is a first-time gelding. That designation FTG. First-time gelding is the Blue 3, Toll Booth Willie. First of our premier handicaps, race 8, the Peony. Turf course good, no portable rail up. Scratch 2, Watcher. The 8, See What I Meant. Scratch 12, Lil Gin and Class. 13, Lil More Kraken, and take out the 14, Skib and Justice. Scratch the 2, 8, 12, 13, and the 14, all scratched from the Peony. And in the 9th, to close out the card, the Bucaro at 6:18. Scratch number 3, Stormback. 8, Taken and Run. Scratch the 13, Terminally Handsome. Take out the other MTO, the 14, Goldwyn. Note the 15, Junkyard Justice, draws in. Junkyard Justice, the number 15 on the race card, will run in the Bucaro. Scratch the 3, 8, 13, and the number 14. All thoroughbred card at hand. Horses in the walking ring for the maiden sprint opener. It starts the 50-cent early pick 5. The main track is fast. Turf course good. Again, there's no portable rail up under partly sunny skies and temperatures in the 80s. We'll have the opener due off in just 10 minutes' time. Make it a great day with us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Less than 5 minutes away from post time for the first of the day. If you have your programs close, here's a late equipment change in the third race. That's the maiden mile. Turning to the third, number 5, Noble Anthem, will race with blinkers off. Equipment change, that's in race 3, a maiden mile. Third race, number 5, Noble Anthem, blinkers off. Horseshoe Indianapolis paddock judge Brandy Bell now with the call for Riders Up. The horses called postward for the first race. Top of the card with a maiden sprint at 5.5 furlongs, a field of 7. All 7 run. No scratches, no rider changes. Number 4, Box, add 1 pound to the listed program weight. 7 run, exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Double pick 3, start here the 50-cent, early pick 5. Main track fast if you're just joining. Turf course good. And out there on the Caesars course, there's no portable rail up. Get your wagers in. We're now less than 1 minute away from post time for the maiden sprint. Start to the 50-cent early pick 5. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Final moments to make your choices for the 50-cent early pick 5 starts here. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading for the maiden. Hannah Leahy with Unbridled Valor. Micah Meeks with Box. Joseph Bimmer up and up. Has taken his position in the starting gate. Santo Sanjo with Mike's trump card. Jose Gutierrez with Favorite Star. Like Box, both for Scotty Mullins. Tata Today Jr., leading jockey Fernando de la Cruz. 56 wins here this season. Off a Tuesday riding double. Favorite Star drew post 3. All 7 run. Here at 5.5 furlongs. Top of the card. Here's Favorite Star. Twice started Favorite Star. Right now, Tata Today Jr., 3-5, the first favorite. One more, Marcelino Pentosa Jr. with God and Luck. Main track fast. Start today's 9-race card. They're in the gate. Away and running at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Unbridled Valor out to a lightning quick start from the rail for Hannah Leahy to take the early lead from pursuing Tata Today Jr. and Favorite Star is right there now engaging these leaders as they dash past the half-mile pole head to head with toward the inside up and up in the white cap. Now into 4th with Mike's trump card in 5th at the 3.5. Box is running second to last and wide. God and Luck trails here in the Wednesday opener. Just over 3 furlongs to go where the battle ensues. Unbridled Valor holds the rail. Tata Today Jr. and Favorite Star, the first under pressure between them. Quarter 22.58. Mike's trump card is picking up on the outside now for Santo Sanjor. We trail back then 2. Box, who's second to last, and God and Luck has trailed. These maidens have straightened away with Hannah Leahy. It's Unbridled Valor in his 10th run, and he's a furlong away. Leads up and up with the rail. On the outside, Mike's trump card and Favorite Star moves up between horses. Tata Today Jr. has dropped right away. They're near home. It's Unbridled Valor. And Unbridled Valor victory by 2 from up and up. Mike's trump card 3rd and Favorite Star finished 4th. One minute 5.79 seconds after the maiden. Fast track 105.79. 1, 2, and then a show photo. First number 1, Unbridled Valor. 5-2. 2 up and up at 11-1 was the runner-up. Stand by for the 3rd and 4th from the judges. 105.79. Maiden dash to start a 9-race all thoroughbred card here in town. It's gone to Unbridled Valor. Hannah Leahy for Israel J. Garcia at 5-2, the second choice. The judges have posted number 5, Mike's trump card, at 10-1 odds 3rd, and 3, Favorite Star at 8-1 4th. Hold on until official, 1, 2, 5, 3. At the top of the card, an inquiry right off the bat into the start of the maiden sprint. It's unofficial 1-2-5-3. General Stewart's inquiry into the maiden sprint start. Once again, this is a General Stewart's inquiry into the start of the maiden sprint. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales winner's circle, the one, Unbridled Valor, and there's Hannah Leahy. Unbridled Valor is a 3-year-old chestnut gelding by Unbridled Express out of Runaway Dream by Jimmy Creed, owned and trained by Israel J. Garcia. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Unbridled Valor. Note the Stewart's inquiry with regard to the start of the maiden sprint has been withdrawn. Race 1 official. First of 9 on the day. Unbridled Valor with his diploma after the maiden sprint. 1-2 exacta paid $47 even. 50-cent trifecta 1-2-5, $57.55. Favorite star was 4th. 10-cent superfecta 1-2-5-3, $59.98. In the maiden sprint opener, Ta Today Jr. an unplaced favorite. All 7 ran. Nothing after an inquiry into the start. 105.79. All 7 ran. 22 minutes away, race 2 in the next sprint. Scratch 3, Creative Minister, in the 4, Chiringo. No show, no trifecta, no superfecta wagering. Win place, exacta, double, pick 3 and start to the $1 early pick 4. No show, no trifecta, no superfecta. Scratch the 3 and the number 4. 1 Cringe, races with no hind shoes. No back shoes for 1 Cringe in the sprint. Post time, 2:42 in all cases if you can. Please do try to make your Horseshoe Indianapolis selections and wagers today early. Thank you. Coming up in a moment, our first race replay of the maiden sprint. Hope you had a bet on Unbridled Valor. Race card, they're in the gate. Away and running at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Unbridled Valor out to a lightning quick start from the rail for Hannah Leahy to take the early lead from pursuing Ta Today Jr. and Favorite Star is right there now engaging these leaders as they dash past the half-mile pole head to head with toward the inside up and the white cap. Now into 4th with Mike's trump card in 5th at the 3.5. Box is running second to last and wide. God and Luck trails here in the Wednesday opener. Just over 3 furlongs to go where the battle ensues. Unbridled Valor holds the rail. Ta Today Jr. and Favorite Star, the first under pressure between them. Quarter 22.58. Mike's trump card is picking up on the outside now for Santo Sanjor. We trail back then to Box, who's second to last, and God and Luck has trailed. These maidens have straightened away with Hannah Leahy. It's Unbridled Valor in his 10th run, and he's a furlong away. Leads up and up with the rail. On the outside, Mike's trump card and Favorite Star moves up between horses. Ta Today Jr. has dropped right away. They're near home. It's Unbridled Valor. And Unbridled Valor victory by 2 from up and up. Mike's trump card 3rd and Favorite Star finished 4th.
We have a very special day of racing this Saturday. It is August 29th, and we're going to have an all-quarter horse card. Not only are we going to have an amazing early race day like we do normally, we're also going to have Miss Martha Clausen out here covering our races. Can't wait to have her back. And we're also going to have Mr. Superstar Los Ponies himself, good friend of mine, Jose Contreras, is going to be covering a few of our races this Saturday as well. 10:45 a.m. we have the QHRAI Stallion Service Auction Futurity. That's why I get paid the big bucks right there, guys. I got to read that all the time. More than $500,000 in stakes. Purses are up for grabs on the day. Join us this Saturday for our all-quarter horse stakes day. Good luck.
Horseshoe Indianapolis fans, be sure to check out our brand new gift shop. Open now, right there on the first floor, beside the program stand here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Pick up a souvenir of your day at the races. Great to have you with us. Stop in, check it out. The gift shop, open now, first floor at Horseshoe Indianapolis.
Israel Garcia and Hannah Leahy kick off the Piero Pioni and Bucero handicaps today. The excellent card in here. They kick us off on a Wednesday with a 5-2 second choice winner in there. We kick off the pick 4, just 9 minutes away. Scratch 3 and 4 out of this event. Leaves us with a quartet set to go to the post. 6 furlongs going to be the distance on that fast main track. I'm going to go to your outside runner, and I like the recency and experience here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Some of the others, main players shipping in from Belterra. I like that Do You Want to Dance has been stabled here, has 5 wins over 27 starts here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. This Indiana bred is a horse for course per se. However, he's going to have to do some improvements. He ran here on Indiana Derby Day, $5,000 claim around a wet fast track, finished 4th, and then last time out finished 7th. He hasn't necessarily been all that involved recently in his races with Skylar. He has taken some action in each and every start, though. He's been 3-1, 3-1, and 6-1, and with those, he hasn't hit the board. It's been very disappointing for Do You Want to Dance. That's the reality of it. He's taken some action. He's going to take action again today. He's 6-5 currently, second choice, but he's been at this level. He's not getting a ton of class relief. He's aided by those scratches, certainly, and I just think he's got an edge in the fact that he's been here, he's been around this racetrack. He hasn't won in the last 2 years. That is a problem, but he also has some tactical speed. He should be close, if not on the lead in a race like this. I think he's going to be able to sit just off of Spinning Pride on the lead, and I think Do You Want to Dance is going to take his familiar surroundings to the winner's circle today. Currently, your clear second choice. We'll see how they go off, but right now there's indications that it's possible either of these horses, I don't think they're going to be separated by too much, are going to go to the post. One of them is bound to be favored in this spot. If you're looking at those doubles, I think the 6 may go off just slightly favored, but the 2 not far behind. These are really the 2 that we're going to focus in on. These are the 2 that I am keying in on. And like I talked about with Do You Want to Dance, he has had this level. He hasn't in particular performed very well. Spinning Pride has been picking up paychecks consistently, 3 of the last 4 of 2026, but it's been over at Belterra. Now, 15,000 non-winners of 3 and optional claimers over at Belterra coming to Horseshoe Indianapolis. I do think that's pretty lateral. Some people may tell you that this is a big drop in class, a horse getting a ton of class relief. Yes and no. I mean, they've kind of found their way down the class ladder since that Hawthorne win and the optional 6250 when they were Jesus Esquivel. Since then, they've consistently gone down the class ranks and has yet to win, has really found ways to lose over at Belterra. Frankly, I went back and watched some of those races and was always in a good spot. Should have maybe won some of those races, but you do have a horse who has been consistently showing speed, showing some fight, and is technically, I guess, getting some class relief today. The only thing that aided me towards the 6 versus the 2 in here is Spinning Pride has never tried Horseshoe Indianapolis. A lot of horses don't take to it. We haven't always seen a ton of horses come over from Belterra with a lot of success. So that was what aided me in selecting Do You Want to Dance over Spinning Pride. But it's only a field of 4. Anything can happen. Those are the 2 that are going to take the main stage when it comes to the wagering. Now, in this pari-mutuel game, if everyone's piling onto the 2 and the 6, maybe you want to take a look at the 1 and the 5. Maybe you want to go that direction. You're going to get some fair value. The 2 and the 6 are going to be over bet. They're not going to present much value. The 1 and the 5 certainly need to improve, but this is really going to be a rider's race as we go 6 furlongs on a fast main track. We do kick off the 15% takeout pick 4 in here. You can't win it if you're not in it, so good luck.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the second race. This sprint over the 6 furlongs, a field of 4. Scratch 3, Creative Minister, in the 4, Chiringo. No show, no trifecta, no superfecta wagering. Win place, exacta, double, pick 3, and here the starts of the $1 early pick 4. Scratch the 3 and the number 4, 1 cringe, no hind shoes for cringe. 3 minutes to post time. 3 minutes. We're less than 1 minute away from post time for the second race sprint and the start to the $1 early pick 4. Scratch the 3, Creative Minister, in the 4, Chiringo from the race card. Scratch the 3 and the 4. 1 cringe races with no hind shoes for cringe. A $112,440 earner. Start to the early pick 4. Less than a minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Arriving at the gate, it is now post time. Loading in front of starter Oscar Quiros. 20-time started Cringe has earned $112,440, racing with no hind shoes. Up comes Cringe. Jose Gutierrez for Scotty Mullins. Over the 6 furlongs. Cringe, the first of 4 loaded. Now Spinning Pride, Dylan Machado for Ethan West. 1-2 favorite, Spinning Pride. Join Cringe. Rocket Hoss, Micah Meeks for Joe Davis. Stand by one more. Do You Wanna Dance? Joseph Bilmer for Randy Matthews. Second of the day from Horseshoe Indianapolis. They're in the gate.
Locked up.
And they're off. Rocket Hoss was first to break the line. Good speed from Do You Wanna Dance? Cringe in the green cap, and Spinning Pride as they go up the back with Joseph Bimmer. Do You Wanna Dance is just ahead of Rocket Hoss. Second after a sharp start there for Micah Meeks, and Dylan Machado sends Spinning Pride in the white cap now to vie for the lead with Do You Wanna Dance, going past the half-mile pole and into the hands of Jose Gutierrez. Cringe is last of the quartet. It's Do You Wanna Dance and Spinning Pride. As they round the far turn, quarter 23.18 seconds. Rocket Hoss in 3 lengths away to Cringe. Do You Wanna Dance just leads Spinning Pride. They're a neck apart coming toward the quarter pole. Do You Wanna Dance and Spinning Pride looking to get on even terms as these two take them into the stretch. While 5 clear from Rocket Hoss, who straightens away in third, and Cringe pulled wide for a bid. Into the stretch, half mile, 46.02 seconds with Joseph Bimmer. Do You Wanna Dance has turned aside Spinning Pride as Rocket Hoss now gains second. Cringe is back in fourth. They're coming past the 16th with Joseph Bimmer. Do You Wanna Dance leads to the wire. Rocket Hoss was second, Cringe third, and Spinning Pride was last to the 4. Point 11.13 after the sprint. 6-5-1-2. That's the full order. First, number 6, Do You Wanna Dance? At 6-5 home. Number 5, Rocket Hoss. 5-2 on the runner-up. 1 Cringe. Race with no hind shoes. Third in Spinning Pride. At 6-5, the joint favorite was last to 4. Joseph Bimmer on a 5-day win streak. Here for Randy Matthews and Mark David Hickson. Do You Wanna Dance? It's a 6th career win. Result official. Returning to the winner's circle, number 6, Do You Want to Dance? Well, Joseph Bimmer. Last Sunday, he won the Ellis Park Turf Sprint on their closing day. Now on a 5-day win streak is Joseph Bimmer. Here at Do You Want to Dance, a 6-year-old bay gelding by Dominus, the Northern Fleet mare. La Danseur, the now 6-time winners, trained by Randy Matthews for Mark David Hickson. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Do You Want to Dance? 6-5 exacta paid $9.40. 1-6 double $17.60. 4 ran 111.13. Claim 2 Spinning Pride. $5,000 had a claim in, ran 4th of 4. Spinning Pride claimed by new owner Brianna Johnson. Trainer Gennady Dorochenko claims Spinning Pride away for $5K. Race 3 of 9 is next. 24 minutes to post for the maiden mile. 6 run. 6. The coldest to ever do it. The jockey will be Victor Carrasco. Victor Carrasco rides the 6. The coldest to ever do it. 5 Noble Anthem, blinkers off. 5 Noble Anthem, blinkers off. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Post on 3:14.
Locked up.
And they're off. Rocket Hoss was first to break the line. Good speed from Do You Wanna Dance? Cringe in the green cap and Spinning Pride as they go up the back with Joseph Bimmer. Do You Wanna Dance is just ahead of Rocket Hoss. Second after a sharp start there for Micah Meeks and Della Machado. Sends Spinning Pride in the white cap now to vie for the lead with Do You Wanna Dance? Going past the half-mile pole and into the hands of Jose Gutierrez. Cringe is last of the quartet. It's Do You Wanna Dance and Spinning Pride. As they round the far turn, quarter 23.18 seconds. Rocket Hoss and 3 lengths away to Cringe. Do You Wanna Dance just leads Spinning Pride. They're a neck apart coming toward the quarter pole. Do You Wanna Dance and Spinning Pride looking to get on even terms as these two take them into the stretch. While 5 clear from Rocket Hoss, who straightens away in third, and Cringe pulled wide for a bid. Into the stretch, half mile 46.02 seconds with Joseph Bimmer. Do You Wanna Dance has turned aside Spinning Pride as Rocket Hoss now gains second. Cringe is back in fourth. They're coming past the 16th with Joseph Bimmer. Do You Wanna Dance leads to the wire. Rocket Hoss was second, Cringe third, and Spinning Pride was last to the 4.
but I think Middles favors you, doesn't she, over most?
You know what? Even if she didn't like me, she has no choice because she has to spend the majority of her time with me.
True woman. She's like, well, I'm stuck with her. I might as well get along with her.
Exactly. When Middles was a 2-year-old and she came into the track, she was a little bit wild. And I told Tiana, I don't want to get on that one. That one is a little too much for me right now. So her exercise rider at the time, Brian, got on her. And then as she started getting a little bit better, she never lost the crazy, but I saw the potential in the way that she could run. I thought, maybe I'll give it a try. And kind of the same thing as Shadow Boy. I actually was never meant to ride her, and the jockey that was supposed to ride her wasn't able to. I picked up the mount, and the rest is history.
Wow, that's so cool.
So as much as they're different, the stories on how they both came to be is very similar.
Thrilled to be back here at Horseshoe Indianapolis on a beautiful, gorgeous, slightly humid, or as my father would say, humid, Wednesday. Temperature in the low 80s. And the thing I love about coming to Horseshoe Indy, of course, they situate me in the fanciest room here at the racetrack by myself. Nobody else around except for some young kid who works here at the racetrack. He came in and he gave me one of these. I got a gift from an employee at the racetrack within 5 minutes of my arrival, and this is a Indiana Horse Racing Commission notebook. And I love the big spaces here in between, plenty of room to write. And if you're old like myself, you prefer writing sometimes, jotting down notes, as opposed to going to the computer. So already bearing gifts for me since my arrival here about 45 minutes ago. And as you also know about me, I love cliches. So race number 3, I'm going to start out with my first of potentially many cliches in store for you on this Wednesday afternoon. The over-under is a dozen. It is a salty group here in race number 3, a salty group of maiden special runners going a mile. And there are some big-time connections. That's another cliche, isn't it? Big-time connections in this race. You have Wathnon Racing. Who else? Let me put the glasses on here. You had Stone Street, Brad Cox, Peter Urton, CRK, Vicky Oliver, Cox with the inside as well. That's the Wathnon Racing runner. So looking at the board, it's to my left. That's why I turned that direction. And the board tells you it's wide open. I think last I checked, I use my phone right now since I can't see the screen from where I am. Everyone between, 5-2 and 7-1 on the board right now. Active Parliament from the inside is an interesting horse for Brad because he's raced twice. He hasn't been good, but you knew that was coming. Last start was a mile and eighth on turf. Don't care about that at a mile on the main track. And the debut was 7 furlongs at Churchill. It really wasn't a terrible effort. It was 5th of 12 in that race. And that was a live race. Prize Pick, who won that race, came back for Lynchy and Flying Dutchman to win again in an optional 125 at Churchill. And the 4th place finisher, Brave Pilot, that horse for Mike McCarthy, freaked next out, breaking the maiden career start number 2 with a buyer of 92. So the ones only start on dirt was 5th of 12 in a very live maiden special event at Churchill. Is Oubliette the favorite right now? I'll eventually get to race number 3. No, 5-1. Active Parliament's 9-5 right now. I kind of agree with the public here, kind of reversing some of the odds here. Oubliette I thought was kind of a weak favorite. I thought it was an all race. I thought anybody could win, but should not have been the morning line favorite in this race. Or second choice morning line, excuse me. And right now it's 5-1. Ran an okay third, I thought, most recently. This race came out very, very tough. Salty, in fact. Uncle Pablo, the 3. This is the other Brad runner. The dam, Keen Pauline, she was pretty good. She won the Black-Eyed Susan. The Friday before the Preakness for the 3-year-old fillies in Baltimore. The 4, Lay Down the Law. Speed and Fate in the debut. It's not applicable here because the debut was last October, so we're talking about a 10-month absence. This horse ran against Our Money Man in that race. Our Money Man, who was second here in last month's Indiana Derby, behind Leading Change, who I think is 8-1 morning line to win the Travers in career start number 3 on Saturday, the Midsummer Derby, for $1 million at Saratoga. The 5, Noble Anthem, as John Dooley mentioned, equipment change here. The blinkers come off. Another layoff runner, hasn't raced since the 2nd of May, facing Saugeen. That horse was a really good winner at Woodbine off of that maiden score at Keeneland. Also ran in that Prize Pick race, was 9th in the same race that Active Parliament was 5th in. So another horse that's training well, some very quick half-mile drills off the layoff for Vicky Oliver. And then on the outside is my selection, the 6, who's 7-1 right now. I'm horrible with these names. Let me try this, folks. When they're all bunched together, the coldest to ever do it. Nailed it. The coldest to ever do it. You might ask, why do I like the 6? Maybe some of you don't care, but I'm going to tell you anyways. This horse is by Gunrunner. This horse is a half to a horse, not the best horse in the world, but a horse who won first out going 4.5. So showed some precocity and some quickness. There he is. That was at Monmouth Park. By the way, as John Dooley also mentioned, Victor Carrasco on the 6, the coldest to ever do it. The dam, I'll admit, I'm kind of a sucker for some of these horses that I've known for like 20, 25 years ago, and the advantage of getting a little bit long in the tooth. So the dam of the 6, Sweet Marini's father is Marino Marini, and he was a lightning fast racehorse. I remember him very well because at like 33-1, he got caught on the wire by Southern Image in the Malibu at Santa Anita. I had a large win bet on him. He would have paid $70, and I'm still talking about it 25 years later. But Marino Marini was really, really quick. And Sweet Marini, the mother of the 6, crushed first out for Baffert at Santa Anita. So there's literally pedigree everywhere and speed everywhere with the 6. And yes, by Gunrunner, you can understand why they're debuting in a mile. And if you're getting to look at these horses on your screen, you can also understand this is a good-looking group here, and it's not a surprise. With this is an above-average maiden special event, in my estimation, here at Horseshoe Indy. An active parliament for Brad Cox comes in with a 47-3, quickest of 26 half-mile work just 5 days ago. He'll lead the post parade. I like the 6. Good one in race number 3. They're going 8 furlongs maiden special event. John Dooley with the call in 5.
'The horses stepping onto the track for the 3rd race. Here are the maiden mile. A field of 6. Number 6, the coldest to ever do it, the jockey Victor Carrasco. Victor Carrasco rides 6, the coldest to ever do it debuts. 5, Noble Anthem, 3 times started. Today blinkers off in the mile. Blinkers off the 5, Noble Anthem. 6 run, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Fast track, 3 minutes to post time. Two minutes to post time. 2 minutes. We're less than 1 minute away from post time for the maiden mile. All 6 run. Less than a minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate, going down to the mile start for the maiden. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Fernando de la Cruz, Act of Parliament. Joe Ramos laid down the law. He made his 2-year-old debut last fall at Keeneland to lay down the law. Mario Gutierrez and 3-time started Noble Anthem. Now Alex Ashar with Oubliette. Act of Parliament, the 8-5 favorite, 2 back. Both newcomers. Marcelino Pedroza Jr., Uncle Pablo, like Act of Parliament for Brad Cox. One more, Victor Carrasco. Dakota's to have it do it, son of Gunrunner. Another 4-year-old first-time starter here over the mile. 13-1 on Dakota's to have it do it. Act of Parliament, 6-5 favorite. 3-1 laid down the law. 7-2 Noble Anthem. Out to 21-1 on Dakota's to ever do it. They're in the game. They're off. Laid down the law. A bit of a bobble coming out to the starting gate. Act of Parliament from the rail. Oubliette is right there, and Noble Anthem is quick to join as they enter the first turn, where Act of Parliament has pole position for Fernando de la Cruz and leads on the outside, laid down the law at the 6.5. A break at 2. Noble Anthem just gains third from With the Rail Oubliette. It's one more to the newcomer Uncle Pablo, and the other 4-year-old first-time starter Dakota's Ever to Do It has dropped back to last. The first 2 furlongs of the mile, 24.09 seconds. Act of Parliament dictates terms. Leads here by 3/4 length. Joe Ramos has laid down the law close to Act of Parliament, who's easily made the lead as they go toward the far turn. Well, 3 clear from Noble Anthem, who's now a clear third from Oubliette, looking to make bids Uncle Pablo between horses, while Dakota's to Ever Do It takes a wider angle of attack. In the meantime, it's Act of Parliament. Led through a half in 47.83. Act of Parliament leads by a half length. Laid Down the Law has been right there and now is starting to quicken up. Here's Laid Down the Law, who's going for the quarter pole with Act of Parliament, who tries to respond. Right there, 2 lengths away, Noble Anthem in range for Mario Gutierrez. Detached is Dakota's to Ever Do It. Oubliette's tailed off along with Uncle Pablo as these maidens straighten away. 3/4, 1 minute 11.67 seconds with Joe Ramos. Laid Down the Law shifting off his path, but he's holding on to an advantage from toward the inside. Noble Anthem, who's now gained second. Act of Parliament is back to third. And then Dakota's to have it do it fourth, well clear to Lay Down the Law, who scored the winning run by 3. Noble Anthem was second. Act of Parliament third. 9 lengths away. Dakota's to have it do it finished fourth. $137.79 after the maiden mile. Unofficial. 4-5-1-6. Number 4, Lay Down the Law. 2-1 first. Number 5, Noble Anthem. 4-1 second, making his 4th career run. 1 Act of Parliament at 6-5. Favorite runs third after a mile. Number 6, the 4-year-old newcomer. Dakota's to have it do it at 20-1. Gets into the frame. Uncle Pablo and Oubliette were the last 2. So there's Lay Down the Law. Debuted last season, Keeneland Fall as a juvenile. Out to the sophomore maiden ranks. Joe Ramos, Peter Urton, a CRK stable win with Lay Down the Law. After the finish of the maiden mile, number 2, Oubliette to be vanned off. Oubliette will be vanned off the track. Race 3 official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, number 4, Lay Down the Law with Joe Ramos. Lay Down the Law is a 3-year-old bank colt by Tiz the Law. Out of the Broken Vow mare, Genesis Joy, trained by Peter Urton for CRK Stable LLC of Susan and Lee Searing. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Lay Down the Law in the purple and gold. Official 4-5 exacta paid $32.80. 50-cent trifecta 4-5-1 $21.50. 6-4 double $40.60. 50-cent pick 3 capped off by Lay Down the Law after the maiden mile. Pick 3 first of the day $22.80. Dakota's to ever do it was 4th. 10-cent superfecta 4-5-1-6 paid $24.58. 6 started. Oubliette vanned off 137.79. Race 4 is our next port of call. Mid and juvenile fillies sprint. Scratch the 6 Ox Babe. Number 6 Ox Babe has been scratched. The 7 Velvet Freeze, the jockey Santo Sanjor. Santo Sanjor rides the newcomer 7 Velvet Freeze. Number 8 Aloha Kim will debut for Beach Springs Stable LLC of Hume Warnall and Troy Wismer. That's an ownership correction. Aloha Kim debuts for Beach Springs Stable LLC, Hugh Warnall and Troy Wismer, the co-owner. Scratch the 6, exact the trifecta, superfecta, double, pick 3. Post time will be at 3:47. Horseshoe Indianapolis fans, in this moment, we'd like to wish a very happy congratulations to Al and Bev, celebrating their 50th wedding anniversary. Al, a longtime part of the racetrack team here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and wishing both Al and Bev, from all of us here, a very happy 50th anniversary. Al and Bev. They're off. Laid down the law. A bit of a bobble coming out to the starting gate. Act of Parliament from the rail. Oubliette is right there, and Noble Anthem is quick to join as they enter the first turn, where Act of Parliament has pole position for Fernando de la Cruz and leads on the outside. Laid down the law at the 6.5. A break at 2. Noble Anthem just gains third from With the Rail Oubliette. It's one more to the newcomer Uncle Pablo, and the other 4-year-old first-time starter, the coldest ever to do it, has dropped back to last. The first 2 furlongs of the mile, 24.09 seconds. Act of Parliament dictates terms. Leads here by 3/4 length. Joe Ramos has laid down the law close to Act of Parliament, who has easily made the lead as they go toward the far turn. Well, 3 clear from Noble Anthem, who's now a clear third from Oubliette, looking to make bids. Uncle Pablo between horses, while the coldest to ever do it takes a wider angle of attack. In the meantime, it's Act of Parliament. Led through a half in 47.83. Act of Parliament leads by a half length. Laid down the law has been right there and now is starting to quicken up. Here's Laid Down the Law, who's going for the quarter pole with Act of Parliament, who tries to respond. Right there, 2 lengths away, Noble Anthem in range for Mario Gutierrez. Detached is the coldest to ever do it. Oubliette's tailed off along with Uncle Pablo as these maidens straighten away. 3/4, 1 minute 11.67 seconds with Joe Ramos. Laid down the law, shifting off his path, but he's holding on to an advantage from toward the inside. Noble Anthem, who's now gained second. Act of Parliament is back to third. And then the coldest to ever do it fourth, well clear to Lay Down the Law, who scored the winning run by 3. Noble Anthem was second. Act of Parliament third.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence, whether you use handicapping insights like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. And now you can race to victory with Twin Spires tournaments.
Would say it's a little bit of an upset, but the late money, the smart money, lay down the law, got hit late off that 8-1 morning line, returned 680, just a hair under 5-2. Joe Ramos knew exactly what he had underneath him and laid down the law. May have only paid $680, but will provide some separation to some in those horizontal plays. If you're looking for that late flyer 5, it begins in the upcoming 5th race after Maddie's Haymaker, but we are 9 minutes away from kicking off another rolling pick 3 and daily double 5 furlongs. A challenging event in here. We've got 2-year-olds, many of them making their debut, some horses with experience. Take out number 6, Ox Babe, out of this event. They're going to go 5 furlongs in this spot. I'm going to go a little bit of a long shot hunting in here. I do like horses with experience. I typically would go after horses with experience versus horses that may have shown talent in the morning but still have to put a lot of things together to win on debut. You do have to be very talented to win on debut. I like capability. I don't love the spacing for this animal. Ran on July 16th on the dirt, then went to the turf on August 5th. Now comes back on 3 weeks rest. I don't love that spacing. This horse didn't handle the turf last time out, but I like the experience. I like that recency. I think that debut was certainly better than it looks. On July 16th, they closed well. They passed some runners in the lane. The second-place finisher, Rebelka, did come out of that race to win, and CV Athena actually came out of that race to win as well. So the race has come back live so far. Since that race, you've got a horse who won, a horse who ran second, and another horse who ran third. I like that they passed runners. I was curious to see how capability would handle the saddling enclosure. Looks cool, calm, and collective. Maybe a little bit anxious, I guess, but that's something that I'm going to continue to monitor once summer gets up. My notes indicated that this is a horse who was rearing up consistently in the post parade, maybe still maturing and developing that way. But with now not only 1 race, but 2 races under her belt, she looks cool, calm, and collective in here. Might be a little bit quirky, but I do like that experience. Turf to dirt in play on short rest, but Summer Pauly should get her on the lead, and I think that experience, especially at the starting gate, will aid her well in this 5 furlong race. And speaking of experience, post position number 4, True Silver JP. This looks to be your favorite. Throw out that morning line of 6-1. I believe this horse is going to go off favorite in this spot. Currently, your second choice at 5-2 is True Silver JP for Israel Asfido. Alex Achard has been red hot here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, still winning at nearly 20%. He's picked up plenty of mounts over the past 60 days or so. Another horse with experience. Uniquely, they wanted to be on the turf on debut. They were entered to run on the turf August 13th, didn't get their chance to run on the turf. They were rained off, and now they come back again on short rest, 2 weeks rest. Don't love that for a 2-year-old, but they have the experience. Chiquita is a horse who just kind of ran away and hit. Chiquita went off at 2-1 and absolutely dominated, put up a decent buyer of 60 as well. So the winner in the True Silver JP race got a buyer of 60. Not many horses have come out of that race yet, so I'm not really sure how live that is because True Silver JP is the first horse to return to the races. But I do find it interesting that they want to be on the turf on debut. Now they enter on the dirt. Sometimes that's the way the condition book plays out, but I'll take and lean into the 2 horses with the experience in here. 3-1, I do expect True Silver JP to be favored when it's all said and done. But Brendan Walsh, 2-year-old filly by champion Classic Empire, is taking a ton of action in here. This homebred for Calumet Farms is out of Smart Shot, and she's currently favored. Uniquely, she's entered on the dirt, and the mare was nothing but turf. She loved the sod, and she did very well on the sod. In fact, she was placed in graded stakes. She was a graded stake or a stakes winner. She made $211,000, 3 victories. All of them came on the turf. She was a classy one. As a broodmare, she hasn't produced all that much so far. Only 10% winners. None of them have won at first asking. Most notable would be High Shot, who is 0 for 11, but has banked over $100,000. So certainly she's a classic, has taken some love in here and some action, but a very even betting board right now between she is a classic, True Silver JP, and Kefka, who is going to go first time out for Ethan West as well. A difficult race, but a great one to dive into those daily double pools, those exacta pools, and those trifecta pools, because certainly a race that you can provide some separation to yourself if you're able to navigate through this challenging 2-year-old event. Take a look at how they look out on the racetrack, because we'll see who can run as good as they look 4 minutes away from the 4th at the Shoe.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the fourth race. Maiden Juvenile Filly Sprint over the 5 furlongs, a field of 7. Scratch 6 Oxbabe. Number 6 Oxbabe has been scratched. 7 Velvet Freeze, the jockey. Santo Sanjor rides the first timer. Santo Sanjor on 7 Velvet Freeze. 8 Aloha Kim debuts for Beach Springs Stable LLC of Hume Warnell and Troy Wismer co-owns. Aloha Kim. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta Double Pick 3. 2 minutes to post time. 2 minutes. Less than 1 minute to post time. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Alex Ashar, True Silver JP, with second here on debut. Danny Sheehy partners the newcomer Pick and Roll. Has joined True Silver JP. Dylan Machado with Kefka. Epicenter Philly went in okay. Kefka. Summer Pauly with Capability. Twice started Capability has taken her position within the starting gate. Alberto Burgos with She Is a Classic. Santos Sanjor, Velvet Freeze. At 5 furlongs, stand by one more. William Anton Georgie III with Aloha Kim. 13-1 Aloha Kim. It's one of the 5 first-time starters. Fast Track. True Silver JP, 6-5 favorite. Ullman line. Ready. The Rolfing sprinting. Fast start for Kefka. Kefka fires right into action for Dylan Machado to lead them for the run past the half-mile pole from Velvet Freeze, who's the first to attack Kefka with Santos Sanjor. Velvet Freeze takes the top at the 3.5 from the fast-starting Kefka, who's right off her heels. True Silver JP making a move into third from Capability, who's fourth, as they make this far turn run inside 3 furlongs to go. It's a break of 3 more to Aloha Kim, who's next. The speed will stretch them out. The Calumet Farm newcomer, She Is a Classic, being driven to Assert, and the first-timer Pick and Roll trails the maiden juvenile filly Septet, 23.15 for the lead part. They straighten away, and with the rail, the leader, Velvet Freeze, coming down toward the final furlong with a 3-length buffer zone over Kefka. True Silver JP coming with a long run now. Center track for Alex Kashar. Here's True Silver JP, descends on Velvet Freeze close to home. True Silver JP at second asking takes Velvet Freeze. Kefka third, and Capability finish fourth. One minute, 0.48 after the maiden juvenile fillies dash. 1 minute, 0.48 seconds unofficial. 4.752 for True Silver JP. 4-5 out to the maiden juvenile fillies ranks at second asking over the newcomer. 7 Velvet Freeze, 11-1 second. Good effort. 5 Kefka. 9-2 with a debut third, and 2 Capability. And her third career run at 7-1 getting into the frame. True Silver JP. Second here on debut. One better today. Alex Ashar for Israel Acevedo. Rock Your World filly. True Silver JP at 4-5 home. Result official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, number 4, True Silver JP with Alex Ashar. True Silver JP, a 2-year-old gray roan filly by Rock Your World. With the unbridled song mare, Lorelei True, at second asking for Israel Acevedo. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of True Silver JP And Alex had the yellow rally cap on. 4-7 exacta paid $25 even. 50-cent trifecta, $26.25. 4 and 4 double, $29.40. 10-cent superfecta, 4752, $21.48. Pick 3 on races 2, 3, and 4, capped off by True Silver JP, $17.40. In the maiden juvenile filly sprint, the 6 was a non-runner, favored first. 7 ran, 1 minute point 48. 23 minutes away, 5th of 9 is up next. And in the 5th race, all 11 run. There are no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Next starts the 50-cent late fire 5. Races 8 to 9 are 2 premier handicaps. Coming up later as part of the late fire 5 sequence, the Peony handicap and the Bucaro handicap closes out the card and the pick 5. No carryover, low, 11.99% takeout daily. If you're just joining, good afternoon. Main track fast, turf course good. There's no portable rail up out there on that Caesars course. Post on 419. Ready. They're off and sprinting. Fast start for Kefka. Kefka fires right into action for Dylan Machado to lead them for the run past the half-mile pole from Velvet Freeze, who's the first to attack Kefka with Santo Sanjor. Velvet Freeze takes the top at the 3.5 from the fast-starting Kefka, who's right off her heels. True Silver JP making a move into third from Capability, who's fourth as they make this far turn run inside 3 furlongs to go. It's a break of 3 more to Aloha Camus next. The speed of stretch them out. The Calumet Farm newcomer. She is a classic being driven to Assert, and the first-timer Pick and Roll trails the maiden juvenile filly Septet, 23.15 for the lead part. They straighten away, and with the rail, the leader, Velvet Freeze, coming down toward the final furlong with a 3-length buffer zone over Kefka. True Silver JP coming with a long run now. Center track for Alex Gashar. Here's True Silver JP, descends on Velvet Freeze close to home. True Silver JP at second asking takes Velvet Freeze. Kefka third, and Capability finish fourth.
You've got louder in words in the peony. You know, you've ridden this one plenty. Tell us what the game plan is today going into the race.
Well, let's see how we break on going from there and look like there's a little speed in the race and see what's going on in the outside. I'm in the one hole, so I got to get position early on. And after that, if she show up like she normally does, should be tough.
Yeah. And what do you think about the turf? Because we got a lot of water. Y'all were running on really soft turf the other day. Is it firmed up a little?
Yeah, it being soft. But now we got all the rail in, so who knows now how it is over there.
We'll find out.
Yep.
The Haymaker, we've taken it on the road. Here we are at Horseshoe Indianapolis. And full disclosure, for this segment, on my drive from Lexington, I rented a U-Haul, and I have a portable boxing ring. So after the races, I'll be giving some tutorials. In the parking lot, we'll be working on hand speed. We got the heavy bag as well. And then we'll be jumping rope, working on some of that quickness. So looking forward to that, and I will be sparring one lucky fan after the race today, a bare-knuckle fight in the parking lot. So that's after the races today. Looking forward to that. Also looking forward to the Haymaker here. I picked a doozy of a race, didn't I? Wide open race that screams upset. Although I don't love the behavior of the horse that's the Haymaker. That's the 7. Adios Ashwood, who was rearing up here in the paddock a moment ago. I'm looking at the 7 now. 7 looks fine now. I'm making eye contact with this gentleman here. He's avoiding eye contact with me, but looks good now. So here's the angle with Adios Ashwood. These are 12-5 state-bred beaten claimers. Adios Ashwood has faced better, right? State bred optional 25, state bred 2 other than allowance horses last couple starts. Second start of a 3.5-month lap. What did Adios Ashwood do the last time he routed on dirt? Well, let's go back 4 races. I know that you're going back to May 7th of last year by doing so, but at 9-2 against state-bred 1 other than allowance foes, at 9-2, he won by 2.5 lengths, beating a horse named Little Jake, who came back to win by 12.5 as the even money favorite in his next start for Randy Klopp. So class drop, I like that. Stretch out, I like that. Second start of a 3.5-month lap, I like that. That win 4 starts back, very, very nice. And the price is right at 17-1 on Adios Ashwood. Out of the 2, Rapid Justice, the horse who made some sense. Another big class dropper in this race. Had some success here at Horseshoe Indy, right now at 7-2. And then the 6, Toys Troubled Hero. Lost a terminally handsome Swami Angle for me. Horse with back-to-back wins. That last win, July 29th, was a nice one with a 79 buyer winning by 3 3/4 lengths and drops back in for a tag. Last time the 6 faced state-bred claimers, he won 2 starts back on the 7th of July. But the haymaker, we're going for the knockout with the 7 Adios Ashwood. This kicks off a very difficult, stingy late pick 5. And for more on this very difficult sequence with the late fire 5, we go to my friend Brian Aragoni.
Thanks, Matty. Boy, do we sure love those Matty's haymakers here. Very exciting to have him on track in Shelbyville in person, and certainly appreciate all of his efforts, not only today, but really throughout the season with Matty's haymaker. Good to see that he's playing Adios Ashwood, a little bit of a long shot in here, and now I got to kind of rethink and restructure maybe how I navigated these waters, trying to take advantage of a handicap-filled late fire 5 opportunity in here, 11.99% takeout. I've put together how I navigated through the next 5 races, and I'm not going to be cheering against Adios Ashwood, but I went a little bit of a different direction in this spot. I think Henry the Hank is going to take some beating going turf to dirt. And then you've got another class dropper, Henry the Hank. You've got Henry the Hank going turf to dirt, getting some relief in here. 2-time winner from 15 starts with Mitch Merle, Jonathan Nance, the 5-year-old by Harbor the Gold. Tried the turf last time out. It was his turf debut. Wasn't really expected to run well on the turf. Jonathan Nance and his team 0 for 12 first-time turf. And the Sibs, overall, I think we're about 3 for 58 or so. So Henry the Hank wasn't really expected to run huge, but you go back to the dirt, and he deserves a long look in here. And then also, number 2, Rapid Justice, turf to dirt in play, maybe even exits the same race or a race similar to setup similar to Henry the Hank, but Rapid Justice, another one in getting class relief, dropping from the allowance ranks into the 12,500. I know Thomas Medina has not had the season that he had hoped for. However, this horse is being spotted in a spot that they can win, an aggressive spot for them, waving the white flag after banking 130,000 last year. This season, just not nearly as good. I don't believe Rapid Justice is going to jump up and run some of those numbers that they ran last season at 3. It's just not going to happen. I do believe that the numbers they've been running at higher class level put them in the mix in this spot for Justice Farms. Burgos going to be calling the shots. I'm going to key in on the 2 and the 9 in race number 5. If those 2 win, we're off to an elite start in the late fire 5. If they don't, we'll kick off the Itoba pick 4 with a stakes race. That late pick 4 is 75% of the races all on the turf. I think I said stakes race, but kicking off that horseshoe hat trick and Itoba pick 4 on the turf with a couple of very nice handicaps on the back end. Race 6, a challenging one at that. I'm going to spread out in there. I think that race is tough. $12,500 claimers. Race 8, we've got the first handicap, $100,000 on the line. This one for 3-year-old fillies and upwards. The Peony, mile and a 16th on the turf course. This is going to be the single. Now, I was looking at the analysts for their Grace and Grass Challenge, and I got to think now Royal Justice, who is 4-1 on the morning line, after reviewing what the groups did in the Grace and Grass Challenge, Royal Justice might be favored and could potentially be heavily favored at that. Is about a half length away from winning 3 races in a row. Ran on September 16th of last year, a day in which we had $32,000 pick 5 carryover. Got the job done that day at about 3-1. The lone defeat came going a mile and a quarter on the synthetic at 26-1, ran their eyeballs out, just couldn't hold on that final 15 yards after a grueling 10 furlong duel at Turfway, and then came to Horseshoe Indianapolis and really made quick work of a tough group, facing Louder Than Words and It's Forever again today. They were bet down to 4-5. They're likely to get bet down again today. I think Royal Justice is the single for me as we kick off that all handicap $5 late daily double in the 8th race, and it rolls right into the Bucaro handicap. We'll settle the girls before we have the boys take main stage. Race number 9, a mile and a 16th on that turf course. This is a wide open event. You've got the classy Kingsbury Road trying the turf for the second time. Didn't really like it a couple of years ago at 3 years old when they tried it in the snack handicap. Closed into it, ran okay, but Gisoli's been in awesome form in post position number 2 for Gennaro Garcia. You've also got VMAX, Ethan West, a horse for course who loves it here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. 6 wins for 11, and then 9 for 11 in the exact. Incredible when you think about a horse on the turf being that consistent. And then you couple that with VMAX is not necessarily a front runner. This is a horse who likes to make one run late, and being that consistent is very incredible for VMAX, along with Chicory Blaze coming off of an impressive win for Bob Dobbs. Rodney Prescott having another great season. But the outsiders that I draw your attention to would be Burleon, along with 9 questions. 2 horses drawn to the outside. Sammy Bermuda is going to be aboard Burleon for Ray Paquette. And 9 questions in off of a troubled trip in which they face significant traffic issues. Santos Sanger calling the shots for Lucky J Stables. But the riders getting the leg up. We dug deep into the wallet, went into the couch, and got every coin we could to play today's ticket in the Late Fire 5 because it's handicap day. We've got a couple of very, very nice handicaps on the back end of this car, and we've got FBG coming up and Maddie here all day on a great Wednesday at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Good luck.
The horses call post right now for the 5th race. This at 1 mile and 70 yards, only 11 run. No changes. 11 start. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Double pick 3. Here the first leg of the 50-cent Late Fire 5. Main track fast. Again, the turf course good, and there's no portable rail up out there on that Caesars course. 2 minutes to post time. Due in 2. Less than 1 minute to post time. Start here at the 50-cent late fire 5. Only 11 run. Less than a minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Once again here, all 11 run. This is the start to the 50-cent late fire 5. Fast track, turf course good. Going down to the 1 mile, 70-yard start. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Irving Moncada, a Toys Troubled Hero. Marcelino Pethosa Jr., Mystery Impact joined. Alberto Burgos Rapid Justice went in well. Joseph Romero with Adios Ashwood. Jose Gutierrez. Gimmel drew 3. Here, only 11 run. House of Gold, Joe Ramos on the Wednesday score sheet. Mitch Merle, Henry the Hank coming up. Alexander Crispin, Good Civilian, given a 24-1 chance. Amir Mendoza, All Bark No Bite. Summer Poli, Thousands of Hopes, like All Bark No Bite, both for Gennaro Garcia. 1 mile and 70 yards. Just a couple in the back. Thousands of Hopes. One of the Gennaro Garcia 2. This starts the 50-cent late fire 5. Good afternoon. Fast track, turf course good for the Peony and Bucaro handicaps. Henry the Hank, 9-5 favorite. One more Benny's Day. Alex Ashar has a win on the card. And now 350 career wins. 27-1 on Benny's Day. Get ready. All in. And they're off. Toys Troubled Hero out to an alert start with All Bark No Bite. There goes Benny's Day and Thousands of Hopes as they come to the forefront and try to angle over while clear rivals in due. So it's Benny's Day for Alex Ashar, who spearheads them. First turn run from Thousands of Hopes, who secures an inside position. Rapid Justice takes back off of heels in the blue blinkers and needs to settle. There's Henry the Hank right up with these leaders as they go to the back of the track with on the outside. All Bark No Bite now into fourth. Toys Troubled Hero, the white cap, in fifth. Rapid Justice is sixth upon settling, making this backstretch run. Then House of Gold in the orange cap, who's out deep on the track for the run to the half-mile pole. Further back to Good Civilian outside of Gimmel. The trailers are Mystery Impact and Adios Ashwood. The quarter 24.39 seconds. Henry the Hank making a bid for the lead with Mitchell Murrell. It's Henry the Hank who's nosed in front of Benny's Day. They're right together. Two clear from Thousands of Hopes with House of Gold starting a bid. And on the outside, All Bark No Bite is running in fifth as they round the far turn. Rapid Justice being asked to gain now from sixth. Inside 3 furlongs to go. Toys Troubled Hero is seventh. Good Civilian is eighth. Gimmel in ninth. Then comes Adios Ashwood, who just relegated Mystery Impact to 11th. Half 48.88. They come past the quarter pole. It's Henry the Hank. Henry the Hank as they turn for home. Benny's Day tries to rally on. House of Gold and Thousands of Hopes with on the outside Rapid Justice. Thousands of further back to Toys Troubled Hero with 1 furlong to go. Henry the Hank clings on. Benny's Day game toward the inside. Thousands of Hopes tries to join. Henry the Hank at the finish. It's Henry the Hank. Thousands of Hopes. Henry the Hank holds Thousands of Hopes. Benny's Day third and Rapid Justice finish fourth. $143.21. Unofficial 9, 10, 11, 2, 9. Henry the Hank 9 to 5 first. Over 10 Thousands of Hopes 9 to 2 second. Game effort. 11 Benny's Day at 35 to 1. The Great gets in there for third. 2 Rapid Justice 2 to 1 fourth. House of Gold, Toys Troubled Hero, and Adios Ashwood. We trailed back to Gimmel among those last to pull up at 47 to 1 odds. All Bark No Bite. No extra. 9, 10, 11, 2. Good Civilian and Mystery Impact whip them in. Mitchell Murrell getting on the Wednesday score sheet. Here for Jonathan Nance, Shelley Nance, Henry the Hank. The 9 to 5 favorite obliges. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner Circle, number 9, Henry the Hank with Mitchell Murrell. Henry the Hank is a 5-year-old dark bay brown gelding by Harbor the Gold. The Henny Hughes mare, our Henny Penny, Jonathan Nance trains for breeder owner Shelley Nance. It's official. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Henry the Hank. 9-10 exacta, $22.60. 50-cent trifecta, $70.35. Rapid Justice was fourth. 10-cent superfecta. 9-10 11-2, $66.48. Pick 3, $15.40. $1 early pick 4, 4 out of 4. $101.50. The 50-cent early pick 5, low 11.99% takeout daily, 5 out of 5. Return $218.75. And our fifth of 9 on the day, favorite, first. All 11 ran, 143.21. Race 6 in the turf mile, 9 run, no changes. No changes in race 6, 23 minutes away, will feature Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, the 10-cent Grand High 5, first Pentafecta featured on the day, double pick 3, start of the $1 late pick 4, daily presented by Itoba. Turf Mile is the first leg of the $1 Horseshoe Hat-Trick All Turf Pick 3. Includes the Turf Mile, the Peony Handicap, and the Bucaro Handicap for the $1 Horseshoe Hat-Trick All Turf Pick 3. Course good. There's no portable rail up out there on that Caesars course. Post time, 4:53. And they're off. Toys Troubled Hero out to an alert start with All Bark No Bite. There goes Benny's Day and Thousands of Hopes as they come to the forefront and try to angle over while clear rivals in due. So it's Benny's Day for Alex Ashar, who spearheads them. First turn run from Thousands of Hopes, who secures an inside position. Rapid Justice takes back off of heels in the blue blinkers and needs to settle. There's Henry the Hank right up with these leaders as they go to the back of the track with on the outside. All Bark No Bite now into fourth. Toys Troubled Hero, the white cap, in fifth. Rapid Justice is sixth upon settling, making this backstretch run. Then House of Gold in the orange cap, who's out deep on the track for the run to the half-mile pole. Farther back to Good Civilian outside of Gimmel. The trailers are Mystery Impact and Adios Ashwood. The quarter, 24.39 seconds. Henry the Hank making a bid for the lead with Mitchell Murrell. It's Henry the Hank who's nosed in front of Benny's Day. They're right together. Two clear from Thousands of Hopes with House of Gold starting a bid. And on the outside, All Bark No Bite is running in fifth as they round the far turn. Rapid Justice being asked to gain now from sixth. Inside 3 furlongs to go. Toys Troubled Hero is seventh. Good Civilian is eighth. Gimmel in ninth. Then comes Adios Ashwood, who just relegated Mystery Impact to 11th. Half 48.88. They come past the quarter pole. It's Henry the Hank. Henry the Hank as they turn for home. Benny's Day tries to rally on. House of Gold and Thousands of Hopes with on the outside Rapid Justice. Thousands of further back to Toys Troubled Hero with 1 furlong to go. Henry the Hank clings on. Benny's Day game toward the inside. Thousands of Hopes tries to join Henry the Hank at the finish. It's Henry the Hank. Thousands of Hopes. Henry the Hank holds Thousands of Hopes. Benny's Day third and Rapid Justice finish fourth.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Horseshoe Indy. I am FBG Dan Cronin, and I'm going to take you through the $1 Itoba Pick 4. The $1 makes it a lot tougher. We're going to start off with 3 horses in the first leg. Rules of the Road is everybody's pick, 9-5 right here. The class dropper of Michael Maker gets blinkers on. You get Fernando de la Cruz. All signs point to him, but I'll let you know he really struggled with these kind of class droppers at Turfway Park. So I cannot single this horse. I think this horse is probably going to end up going off somewhere around that 6-5 area. I had to take a few other horses. I just cannot rely on this kind of class dropper. I mean, he's dropping out of the clouds. 45 optional down to 12.5. That's a big, big drop in class. Obviously going to go off favored. The 9 Spectacle is my second horse I'm going to use. I think Pedroza may send this one to the lead or close to it for Robertino Diodora. First time gelding too. Also class dropping from 30,000 down to 12. Only one start on the turf. It was pretty decent. That outside post, Pedroza's really going to have to get out of the gate. I'm also going to use the 5 here at 6-1, Zach. I know he's had a lot of chances, but the numbers are going the right way. He should be close to the pace. I think it's easy as 5, 8, 9. I'm going to stick with them to start this thing. Now, we get to the baby race in the 7th race. It is not easy, even with the 4 scratches. I said to heck with this. I'm going to hit the all button. Brad Cox is my top pick. Best Life with Pedroza, the 5 horse. But I'm also going to use all the rest of them because I can't get a handle on it. None of them have ever run before. I think something wild could happen. And I do also think smaller players, you could take the 5, 9, and 10 and maybe throw out the 3 inside horses and cut this $72 ticket in half. That should help out your budget because you got Riley Mott on the outside, you got Ethan West, the 9 and 10, you got Brad Cox, the 5. Cut to the 5, 9, and 10 if you want to save half the money. So now we get to the 2 stakes races. Wow. Wow is all I can tell you. These 2 races are really, really tough. Louder Than Words is coming back. The 1 horse won this race last year. Going to try to sit that same speed up close type trip on the turf. Going to probably make the lead and try to go wire to wire. But the Now horse, and you can see by every handicapper that put out a sheet today, like the same horse, Royal Justice, except me. Everybody else loves the 3. Everybody else is single in the 3, so I wanted to go a different direction. I'm going to use him. I mean, 3 for 3 this filly is on the turf here at the Horseshoe, so I couldn't leave her out. But 4-1's never going to happen. You're probably going to get 8-5, somewhere in that range, 8-5. So 1 and 3 are both going to be close to the pace. I wanted to add 2 closers in here. So I added the 5 Under the Palms. That's my top pick with Manny Esquivel. I'm thinking this horse might go off somewhere in the 8-1 area. So I wanted a price and a horse that could really close from the back, and that's Under the Palms. Only been on the turf twice, so it's a little bit of a guess. But if she can just get back to her past numbers back in 2024, I know that's a long time ago, but those numbers are better than this field. The question is, can she get back to them? And then you got It's Forever. It's Forever is going to be somewhere in that 8-1 range. Just ran against the 1 and 3 last time and only got beat 2 lengths in her first start since October of last year. What if she improves a little bit and comes storming home with Saint-Jean? So I want 1, 3, 5, and 7. Now, I know I got an aggressive single in the last. I'll bet Matty Carruthers is very proud of me because he likes to take these kind of horses. 6-1, Kingsbury Road for Robert Gorham. Why do I like this horse? Well, the rider changed to Fernando de la Cruz. I like the fact this horse is second off the layoff. I love the fact that even at 5 years old, every single time this horse has run, the last 6 or 7 times, the speed figures have went up. That's very rare for a 5-year-old. They keep going up, up, and up. If he runs back to that 91 Beyer speed figure last time at 6-1, look out. we're going to have a heck of a price in this pick 4. So I'm singling the one, Kingsbury Road. The horse is also 7 for 20 lifetime. That tells me this horse loves to win. I love horses that are going in the right direction. I love the 6-to-1 price. The biggest question mark is, can he run on the turf? That's a guess. His only turf race, though, I'll tell you, was on a very boggy, yielding turf. He never got a chance to run on a normal, fast, firm, or at least good turf, and it should be nice and solid today. So I'm hoping that this one turns the table on a few of these and comes storming down the track with Dela Cruz. Look, Gas Alley can win from the 12 hole. It has to overcome the post. Does fit, no question about it. And so does VMAX, the 4. This is a wide open race. But I figure everybody else is singling the horse in the 8th. I'm going to single the horse in the 9th. If I'm right with Kingsbury Road, I think this horse is going to pay somewhere in the $14 range if he wins. So I'm going to be praying that when they turn for home, Dela Cruz is storming down the outside of that track. And I'm up here in the lobby screaming, don't fall off.
The horses called postward now for the 6th race. It's the first of those carded for the turf course here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, rated good. There's no portable rail up. Here in the turf mile, 9 run, no program changes. All 9 run. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. This features the 10-cent Grand High 5. That's the pentafecta. 9 of them start. First leg of the $1 Itoba late pick 4. This is the first leg of the $1 Horseshoe Hat Trick All Turf Pick 3. Turf Pick 3 featured on the Turf Mile, the Peony Handicap, and the Bucaro Handicap, races 6, 8, and 9 for the $1 Horseshoe Hat Trick All Turf Pick 3. Course good, less than 2 minutes. Late scratch, number 6, Morning Power. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. Upon recommendation of the track veterinarian, by order of the stewards, scratch number 6, Morning Power from the Turf Mile. All wagers on 6, Morning Power, refunds. There will be a consolation, 9 and 6 double. 9-6 for a consolation double. Those using 6 Morning Power and a multi-race wager, those wagers transfer to the post-time favorite. Scratch the 6, Morning Power. For the first time today, crossing over to the turf course here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Arriving at the mile start after a late scratch on 6, Morning Power. At the gate, it is now post time. They're going in. Cash App Mike would be a double for Mitchell Murrell. Timberline, Joe Ramos won our third of the day. Aubrey's Max, Alex Ashar on the Wednesday score sheet. Loading at the mile. Alberto Burgos, Zach coming up. Manny Escobar with Vinino Futuro. Fernando de la Cruz, Rules of the Road. 2-1 favorite, Rules of the Road. Course here good. Aubrey's Max getting very fractious within the starting gate has settled Aubrey's Max. Still 2 back. Now they're going to back Aubrey's Max out of line. We've had a late scratch on 6, Morning Power. Aubrey's Max okay to reload and run, still 2 back. Waiting for Pool Guy and Spectacle. No portable rail up here on the Caesars course. Alexander Crispin, Pool Guy, and one more, Spectacle. Marcelino Pavdoza Jr., they're in the gate. And they're off. And Aubrey's Max away well with Cash App Mike the Gray. Here's Spectacle going for an early run for Marcelino Pavdoza Jr. And Spectacle just takes the lead from Cash App Mike, who yields with Vinino Futuro right there in the green cap out to the stretch, and Aubrey's Max in 4th. They have 6 furlongs to go. Zach is in 5th. Whipped to the inside, Timberline, a ground-saving 6th. Then Rules of the Road, and Pool Guy has dropped back to last. 24.43 for the lead part, and it's Spectacle. Spectacle leads the turf mile by a length to Cash App Mike, and Vinino Futuro right there 3rd and well up with Alex Ashar. Aubrey's Max is a ground-saving 4th. Zach next in 5th, while 2 clear from Rules of the Road. 6th going past the half-mile pole. Pool Guy up 1 spot, and that relegates Timberline to last. Half-mile 49.33, Spectacle. They go to the far side of the Caesars course for the first time today, and they're looking at Spectacle with 3 furlongs to go. Cash App Mike has been near to the front runner for Mitchell Murrell and Venino Futuro, starting to quicken into this now for Manny Esquivel as Zach is going for an attack. Coming on the front outside for Alberto Burgos with a run as they close ranks, making the swing for home. 3/4, 1 minute 13.39 seconds. Spectacle with a furlong to go. Leads by 2. Zach is staying on. Venino Futuro with on the outside. Rules of the road. They're well inside the final half furlong with Alberto Burgos. Zach joined to the finish by Rules of the Road, who holds. Zach over Rules of the Road was kept at bay. Zach from Rules of the Road, and then Spectacle with Pool Guy and Timberline. They were next across the finish. $137.97 after the turf mile. 5.895 Zach. 7-2 first. Holds the 8. Rules of the Road at 7-2. Second after the mile. 9 Spectacle at 6-1 was third. 5.89. Fourth Pool Guy with Venino Futuro, Timberline, Cash App Mike, No Extra, and Aubrey's Max. There's Zach. Alberto Burgos. Heron Thoroughbreds, the leading owner silks this meet. Another John Heron win this season. It's Zach at 7-2. The judges have posted number 4, Pool Guy, 4th, and 3, Venino Futuro was 5th. 5.8.943. Zach has beaten Rules of the Road, Spectacle, Pool Guy 4th, and Venino Futuro 5th. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, number 5, Zach with Alberto Burgos. Zach is a 5-year-old Chestnut Gelding by Pass Rush. The Miss Artie by Artie Schiller. For Heron Thoroughbreds LLC of John Heron. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Zach. The Turf Mile official. $5.8 exacta paid $47.40. 50-cent trifecta, $5.89, $35.55. Pool Guy was 4th. 10-cent superfecta, $5.894, $37.73. Zach capped off a pick 3, $12.80. 9-5 double, $22.20. 9-6, that's a consolation double, $5 even. 6 Morning Power was a late veterinarian scratch. Venino Futuro 5th. The 10-cent pentafecta, $5.8943. Returned $46.81. 8 ran, $137.97 good. Claim 9 Spectacle for $12,500. Spectacle claim, new owner. Lawrence Galvinsky, the second. Trainer James Watkins claimed Spectacle, ran 3rd. 20 minutes away, race 7 in the maiden juvenile sprint. Scratch 2, Red Clay Runaway. 6 Glacier. 7 Legendary Odds and 8 Biathlon. Scratch 2, 6, 7 and the number 8 from the race card. 3 Tollbooth Willie is a first-time gelding. FTG, the designation there. First time gelding. Number 3, Toll Booth Willie. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta. The 10-cent Pentafecta featured again. Double and a pick 3. That'll be capped off by the Peony Handicap, and the finale is the Bucaro. Fast and the turf course good for the handicaps. Post time 5:26. Junior, they're in the gate. And they're off. And Aubrey's Max away well with Cash App Mike the Gray. Here's Spectacle going for an early run for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. And Spectacle just takes the lead from Cash App Mike, who yields with Venino Futuro right there in the green cap out to the stretch, and Aubrey's Max in 4th. They have 6 furlongs to go. Zach is in 5th. With to the inside, Timberline, a ground-saving 6th. Then Rules of the Road, and Pool Guy has dropped back to last. 24.43 for the lead part, and it's Spectacle. Spectacle leads the turf mile by a length to Cash App Mike, and Venino Futuro right there 3rd and well up with Alex Ishar. Aubrey's Max is a ground-saving 4th. Zach next in 5th, while 2 clear from Rules of the Road. 6th going past the half-mile pole. Pool Guy up 1 spot, and that relegates Timberline to last. Half-mile 49.33, Spectacle. They go to the far side of the Caesars course for the first time today, and they're looking at Spectacle with 3 furlongs to go. Cash App Mike has been near to the front runner for Mitchell Murrell, and Venino Futuro starting to quicken into this now for Manny Esquivel as Zach is going for an attack. Coming on the front outside for Alberto Burgos with a run as they close ranks, making the swing for home. 3/4, 1 minute 13.39 seconds. Spectacle with a furlong to go. Leads by 2. Zach is staying on. Venino Futuro with on the outside. Rules of the Road. They're well inside the final half furlong with Alberto Burgos. Zach joined to the finish by Rules of the Road, who holds. Zach over Rules of the Road was kept at bay. Zach for Junior. They're in the gate.
We got a winner today. Looking for another one here. Tell us a little bit about your horse, McAdoo, in the Bucero.
Well, Rachel, hello to you, hello to all the fans. First of all, I wanted to say that Danny's a horrible trainer. We've been having a very good meet. Every horse he put me on is been right there on the board, you know. And McAdoo, I have a little faith on him. I mean, not a little bit. I have a lot of faith on this horse. I think last race we were just testing like where we wanted to be and what move we wanted to make for these stakes, and I think we got everything prepared and ready to just go out there, have some fun, and get the job done.
Yeah, tell me, Danny's had more horses here, and it seems like you guys are having some success together. You said in the money finishes and stuff. I bet he's ready to get another win.
Yeah. I think he's ready. He brings always his good family. They're always rooting for us, and I think that's a big support for us, you know.
Well, good luck today.
Thank you.
To the 7th race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and we have a 2-year-old maiden. I call it fireworks race.
Hi.
Maddie, how are you?
I'm a little upset.
Well, explain it to me. I'll fix it for you.
So my name's Matt, right?
Yeah.
You're aware of that.
Well, Adonis of horse racing.
Race. My parents almost named me their second choice.
No.
Zachary.
Oh, so the last race winners, you were almost a Zach.
I was very close to being Zach Carruthers.
The Zachs and the Maddies were so big then. You know what I mean? Matts and Zachs.
And then Zach ends up winning, who I didn't like at all,
Oh.
in race number 6.
Your
so
name's sake.
I'm a little disgruntled.
He's some disgruntled man. You know, you could take it out on whoever comes for bare knuckle boxing in the parking lot.
Yeah, that's going to be fun.
Yeah, we're
Later
both.
on.
It is. We're both on the 5 here, and we are
Bush
7
Light
minutes
Keg
to post.
we have too as well in the parking lot.
Bush Light Keg.
It's going to be.
Wow, so you're really rednecking it up
Yeah.
here. Like this is racing Rachel's language we're talking about. Best Life
That was
is
16
both of
months,
our
Rachel.
both of our top picks here today. So a little bit of a first-time starter from Brad Cox. I did get to talk to Ricky. So he said, you know, this is a tough race even with the scratches. Ricky Giannini is Brad Cox's assistant. For those of you who don't know, people keep reminding me, tell people who Ricky is. They might not know. And Ricky does a fabulous job. And he said this sire is also fire. Best Life's by Life is Good, and I looked it up. Only 30 or so babies so far. We've got about 35 or something around there. For 2-year-olds, he's 31% already, and then 34% on dirt sprinting. So I just think that that's a tremendous start, even out of a smaller number. I know we like to look at percentages with larger numbers, but I just thought that that was noteworthy.
That's a decent amount.
Right, isn't it?
And you're winning 31%, and where are you doing it mostly? Saratoga, Del Mar, where
Amen,
you're
brother.
dealing with Into Mischief first-time starters, Gun Runners first-time starters. So the Life is Good, yes, have been lights out. This horse went for $500,000. Don't make fun of my notes. Keeneland
They're not
September
notes,
sale.
it's hieroglyphics.
Keeneland September sale. I don't want you copying off me at all. Nobody could cheat off me in school.
Obviously.
Back when he was a yearling. And the mother, Matera.
Oh, yeah.
You know how defensive I get.
I know.
4-time winner. She made $309,000 in her own right, and she was great at stakes play. So top and bottom, you have those, you know, real steady works coming into this race. A couple of quick ones, nice 5/8 bullet drill. 2 starts back on the 15th of August, and I like the pattern. You're working out every 7 to 10 days consistently. Last drill August 21st. Boom, you come back 5 days later for career start number 1. I agree with the public. Best Life, the horse to beat in this race. Looks the part. As we're looking at him right now in the paddock, even money.
Let's go to Maddie's next pick, 9, Start the Disco. Victor Curasaco here in the irons for Riley Mott. Riley's been bringing him here and doing really well. 20% win clip, 44% in the money. And this dam has been nothing but successful. Disco Barbie.
Yeah, I mean, this is a good field. And this is another one. You look at the drills. Very quick at Churchill Downs. Kind of slowed things down a little bit August 21st. You don't have too fast of a drill 5 days out, but has shown some ability in the morning. The mother, the dam, Disco Barbie, 8-time winner, made $461,000, was also precocious, broke the maiden at the maiden special level, second time out. So 4-1. I'm a little chalky here. I like the 5 to win this race, and apparently the 9 right now with all those scratches is your slight second choice right now. Is a few horses vying for that second spot.
Since the 7 scratch, let's talk about the 10, Maker of Mischief. This one is one that I put in here. I wanted to get your kind of thoughts on. This is a 2-year-old son of Practical Joke. First-time starter, obviously, a 2-year-old. And then also, Alex Estrada's aboard, obviously had a nice winner today, could possibly make a repeat of it. What are we on the board at with this one? 5-1, I'll take that. Nice work coming in.
Yeah, and you know, obviously drawn to the outside. Now that's not a huge field. I think that's probably the place to be to break from. The Practical Jokes have been good. They're speedy. He was a super horse for Chad Brown at his best. 7 furlongs, mile. 2 turns probably was a little bit too far for him. But that doesn't matter here. We're going 5.5 furlongs. And ideally with a first-time starter, I don't know about you, I like to see 2 gate works.
You do?
If I see a bunch of gate drills, I'm like,
yeah, you know what?
Something's going on.
That's a
they
good
have to
point.
keep bringing the horse back to try to teach this horse, to break better. And then if I don't see any or I see 1, I know you have to have a gate drill to get a gate card to run. But if it's not published in the form, I don't like to see that. So ideally, I like to see 2. That's what I see with Maker of Mischief. I see 2 gate drills. A 48-4 at Turfway and 47-4 at Turfway Park. And I've talked to plenty of trainers that tells me they love debuting on dirt after working out at Turfway Park. So I don't think the fact that's a synthetic surface there will have any bearing on whether
the 3 just kind of lost its they just gelded him too, so I thought he would be a little calmer. Toll Booth Willie, they did such a good job too. I will mention, I was watching them while you were talking. I'm sorry, I was kind of listening.
It's okay.
Jeff Greenhill's assistant, actually, or whoever is saddling for him, legged him up so slowly and nicely. I mean, he sat on that boy's back like he lifted him up, and he literally sat down very slowly, and he went going. He went around the corner and got kind of close going straight, and he needed a little bit of a calm down there. But they're going to get him back aboard. I do want to mention while we're doing that, the one first thought, another work that I wrote down and made note of, that 4 furlong, 46 and 3, 1 of 18. I think that was very beneficial for him coming into this race as well. And the one looked leggy and long and very, very nice coming around here and getting our eyes on it as it walked past us.
Can I mention one? I know we're kind of have to wrap up here. Can I mention one more horse?
Yes, of course.
The secondary legendary odds. This horse is
He's out.
Oh, the horse is out?
Yep, he's scratched.
Oh, I didn't know that. Was that a later scratch?
Yes, I'm sorry.
No, it's my fault. It's my fault. Unprepared. Look for the 7 next time.
We will.
Nashville.
No, seriously, put it in your stable.
Fastest 6
Yes.
for a long time ever at Keeneland. 107 and 4 in the Perryville back in 2020. Breeders' Cup card race number 1 when that track was super fast.
We've got handicap races coming up after this, 8 and 9. Maddie will continue to be in the paddock with me today. Good luck to all of you with money on the 7th race.
The call to the post now for race 7. Maiden juvenile sprint over the 5.5 furlongs on a fast track. A field of 6 here. Scratch 2, Red Clay Runaway. 6, Glacier. 7, Legendary Odds has been scratched, and take out the 8 Biathlon. Scratch 2, 6, 7, and the 8. 3, Tollbooth Willie is a first-time gelding. There's Tollbooth Willie, first-time gelding. Debuting here at 5.5 furlongs. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, pentafecta, double, the pick 3. This with the Peony handicap and the Bucaro handicap to close out the card. Main track fast for the maiden juvenile sprint for the handicaps. Course good. 2 minutes. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in for this maiden juvenile sprint. Walter Rodriguez, First Thought debuts. Son of Hardspun, First Thought. First Thought, first loaded. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with Best Life. Best Life joined, First Thought. Victor Carrasco is Start the Disco. Evan Roman, Toll Booth Willie debuts. Fast Track. There's Toll Booth Willie. Two back. Summer Pauly. Prophetically debuted here. 5.5 furlongs. One more. Alex Ashar with Maker of Mischief. All but prophetically debut. They're in the gate. They're off and sprinting. First Thought. There's Maker of Mischief with early speed for Alex Ashar to head them off. Maker of Mischief to the early lead from Prophetically, with on the outside Best Life in the Windstar White, and Prophetically's in tight quarters. Maker of Mischief keeps Prophetically in a claustrophobic spot at the 3.5, with Best Life right there on the outside. Gap of 5 more to Tollbooth Willie, who's running in 4th as they make this far turn run. And the leader is Maker of Mischief. Then farther back to Start the Disco, who's running in 5th. And First Thought now trails the maiden juvenile sextet. It's Maker of Mischief past the quarter pole from Best Life. The quarter was 22.51 seconds with Alex Ashar. Maker of Mischief leads for home in front of Best Life by a widening 3.5 lengths. Coming down toward the final furlong. Prophetically with Tollbooth Willie on the outside. Start the Disco's found his stride for Victor Carrasco. They come past the 16th. Start the Disco coming fast. But for Maker of Mischief, here it is. Maker of Mischief is safe at home from Start the Disco. Tollbooth Willie 3rd, then First Thought Prophetically and Best Life. .104.68 after the maiden juvenile sprint. 104.68 seconds, 10.93, and then a photo for 4th. 10 Maker of Mischief first, 9 Start the Disco. 2-1 second, Gamely. 3, Tobuth Willie at 17-1 was third. First Thought Prophetically and Best Life. There it is, 10-9, 3-1. Alex Ashar, a couple of wins on the card. Here on board, Terry Stevens, newcomer by Practical Joke, trained by Ethan West. One of the 5 newcomers, it's Maker of Mischief at 4-1. Result official. Earlier here on the card, winning jockey Alex Ashar recorded his 350th career win in North America. Makes it a double on the day with 10, Maker of Mischief and Alex Ashar. Maker of Mischief is a 2-year-old dark bear bound colt by Practical Joke. Under the Munnings mare, Le Shark. Ethan West trains for Terry L. Stevens. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections to this newcomer. Maker of Mischief debuts on top. $10-9 exacta paid $30.40. Pick 3 capped off by Maker of Mischief, $31.65. The Pentafecta was scratched, along with numbers 2, 6, 7, and 8. They were the non-runners. Tobuth Willie third, 50-cent trifecta, $60.15. 5-10 double, $48.40, and the 10-cent superfecta paid $37.20. First Thought was fourth. 6 ran, 104.68 fast track. Course good for the premier handicaps on the card. First of those, race 8, the Peony. Scratch 2, Watcher. Take out the 8, See You in a Bit. Scratch 12, Lil Gin and Class. 13, Lil More Kraken, and 14, Skip and Justice. Scratch the 2, 8, 12, 13, and the 14 in the Bucaro. That's the 9th. Final handicap of the day, scratch 3, Stormback. 8, Take It and Run. Scratch 13, Terminally Handsome, and 14, Goldwyn. Number 15, Junkyard Justice, will run in the Bucaro. Junkyard Justice, the 15, draws in to the Bucaro handicap. Course good if you're just joining. Good evening. There's no portable rail up on the Caesars course. Post time for the first hour premier races. The Peony handicap at 5:57. They're in the gate. They're off and sprinting. First Thought. There's Maker of Mischief with early speed for Alex Ashar to head them off. Maker of Mischief to the early lead from Prophetically, with on the outside Best Life in the Windstar White, and Prophetically's in tight quarters. Maker of Mischief keeps Prophetically in a claustrophobic spot at the 3.5, with Best Life right there on the outside. Gap of 5 more to Tobuth Willie, who's running in 4th as they make this far turn run. And the leader is Maker of Mischief. Then farther back to start the disco, who's running in 5th. And First Thought now trails the maiden juvenile sextet. It's Maker of Mischief past the quarter pole from Best Life. The quarter was 22.51 seconds with Alex Ashar. Maker of Mischief leads for home in front of Best Life by a widening 3.5 lengths. Coming down toward the final furlong. Prophetically with Toll Booth Willie on the outside. Start the Disco's found his stride for Victor Carrasco. They come past the 16th. Start the Disco coming fast. But for Maker of Mischief, here it is. Maker of Mischief is safe at home from Start the Disco. Toll Booth Willie third.
Got louder in words in the peony. You know, you've ridden this one plenty. Tell us what the game plan is today going into the race.
Well, let's see how we break on going from there and look like there's a little speed in the race and see what's going on in the outside. I'm in the one hole, so I got to get position early on. And after that, if she show up like she normally does, she'd be tough.
Yeah. And what do you think about the turf? Because we got a lot of water. Y'all were running on really soft turf the other day. Is it firmed up a little?
Yeah, it being soft. But now we got all the railings, so who knows now how it is over there.
We'll find out.
Yep.
Wait, how many minutes are we? Yeah, 11 minutes to race 8 here. Love
says
this
so, it's
race.
11
Maybe
minutes.
it says so, it's 11 minutes. Ooh, sick burn, you guys. We have the peony. We're going to start with the ladies, are we not, Maddie? A mile and a 16th on the grass. Now, we do have a scratch of the 2 in here, the 8, the 12, and the 13 and 14. So we have 9 betting interest in this race, and right now the favorite is 3-5, the 3 Royal Justice. Just went over. I'll let Maddie give you his reasoning. You're on the 3 as well, right? Maddie?
I think she should win. You want to?
I did. I talked to Aaron and I talked to Greg Justice, who is the breeder and owner of this filly, and Greg said we've always loved this filly. She's done really well for us, but he said she's definitely a turf horse. She likes the grass more, and they hope she has a good day today. And Aaron said, I just hope I don't mess this up, Rach.
Well, okay, so her race July 29th at 3. It was her first race in over 7 months. And she was 4-5, and she won by a length and a half, beating the 1 louder than words that was making her second star off the layoff. So the 3 needed the race more than the 1 and still beat her by a length and a half. And you can argue, I think the public has made that argument, that louder than words is the second choice in this race, and she is at 5-1. So it was really difficult for me, as somebody who does not play favorites often, to get around the 3 based on that last performance, based on the fact that she's tactical, based on the fact that she's second star off a long layoff, based on the fact that she's undefeated in 3 starts over this turf course, it just kept pointing back to Royal Justice. And I think everybody handicapping this race the same way, and she was always going to be your post-time favorite in this race, even though not your morning line favorite.
Right, and she's not one of those horses that you see sometimes. They do really well in these allowances, but then they make a step up and they don't show up. She's not the case there. She was in the Miss Indiana a couple years ago and was second only beaten a length, so she's classy. She's beat Temple
She beat Open
Painter.
Company
She beat
3
Open
starts
Company,
back.
exactly.
Yeah.
So definitely a horse that is very, very classy in both of our top selections. High percentage trainer with Aaron West. He's not messing most things up here nowadays. But then let's talk about louder than words on the inside with Marcelino Pedroza aboard for Tony Granitz. We just got to talk to Tony Granitz here. He was in my office earlier. He said he thinks he's got a nice shot here. But man, has she had second-itis recently.
Yeah, back to back to back to back. Second place efforts. I mean, she is a 9-time winner from 32 starts. She's been first or second. What's 14 plus 9? 23.
We're supposed to be analysts.
20,
Let me get on my calculator.
23,
Yep.
23 out of 32.
Yeah.
First or second. She's made a nickel and change in her career, 576,000. So she's been, I haven't done a racing cliche in a while. As honest as the day is long.
Ooh,
that's a good
nice.
cliche, isn't it?
You're going back there.
That's a good one.
That's impressive.
So she's consistent.
She is consistent.
It doesn't
she
look
always
like
tries.
she has to really move up.
Yeah.
And I think the 3 has to regress a little bit, which I guess is possible. Second start off of that layoff, but I think there's enough time between that July 29th race and what's today, the 26th of August?
Yes, the 26th.
So that's 4 weeks ago. I think the 4 weeks is enough time that I don't think Royal Justice will regress off of that. I think the rest of the field has to hope that happens, but I think there's a better chance she improves than regresses, and if that's the case, she wins.
And I like the way Tony hasn't pushed her too much, but he did put in a work on August 15th, and for a 7-year-old mare, you're doing, a sharp work of 48-1 breezing.
Yeah.
That's something to remember. She's older, but she still looks phenomenal and she's still working well. So I love to see that about her.
Maybe put some speed into her. You draw the rail because Royal Justice was 2 lengths quicker to her to the quarter mile in that race from last month. And I think Pedroza is going to try to narrow that gap a little bit and try to be a little bit more aggressive early on and keep the 3 more honest.
All right, let's talk about Matt's trifecta pick, Spotty Showers. Danny Sheehy, I found out it's Irish, not British. I did get to talk to him. I was kind of trying to figure out the dialect there, but he's riding for Penny and Mike Lauer, who I think have a really nice shot here. We saw a big price from Swiss Meringue down back the other day, so I'm hoping that they have some good success here, but I love your long shot. What are we at? 23-1. This is what Matt Carruthers is known for.
I'm putting her in third. My man Danny Sheehy, and I like that win. 2 starts back against those are tough races at Colonial.
Yeah,
those
they are.
open claiming races. She won that race. That was her first start in 4 months. Then she came back, didn't run great. At that 25 race, August 7th, her last couple of starts, she's been on the rail. And, I know the 11 hole isn't ideal, but with those scratches, at least she moves inside a little bit. And you have plenty of run at a mile and a 16th into that first turn. So I don't think the outside post, is going to be much of a negative for her
It's not
at all
the same as it is at Colonial,
in
right?
this race. Absolutely. And
I've never been there, so I'm really not sure.
And I've never been there, but I've wagered on races from there. It's on the bucket list.
I wish I had time to do that.
Yeah, I know. It's not that far, road trip. But Spotty Showers is 4, you have the time. She's 4 for 28 in her career, but she's 3 for 8 over this turf course.
Yep,
So,
very nice.
again, this math is easier. She's 1 for 20 away from this turf course. That's winning at a 5% clip, 3 for 8 over it. So she likes this turf course. She's backing against Indiana breds, and I thought she was a long shot to maybe use in your exotics, but the 3 is going to be really, really tough.
Yeah, it is going to be tough. Fernando waving to the fans as he heads out. 3-1-5 for me. And what were you on, 3-1-11?
Ken Rudolph says hello, Fernando.
Yeah.
He says hello. He told me to say hi to you.
He did. Ken said he loves Fernando. He always talks about Fernando's a tough guy, a great rider. We do have a grass and grass race here as well. We're going to be, our handicappers have put in their picks, and we're trying to raise money for equine research here. And we also have a wonderful group going poster for the 23rd running of the Peony $100,000 guaranteed Indiana bred race, a mile and a 16th on the grass. Let's go up to John G. Dooley for your post parade here at Horseshoe Indianapolis.
The horses are now stepping onto the track for the first of our premier handicaps. Race 8 is the Peony. The fillies mares over the mile and a 16th on a course rated good, a field of 9 this year. Scratch 2, Watcher. 8, See You in a Bit. Take out the 12, Lil Gin in Class, and scratch the 13, Velmore Kraken. 2, 8, 12, and the number 13 are the non-runners in the Peony Handicap of 2026. Let's meet the field. The one is Louder Than Words. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. rides for Michael Wern, Bob Dont, and Tony Granitz, the 9-time winner. Scratch 2. Here's 3, Royal Justice with Fernando de la Cruz. Aaron West trains for breeder owner Justice Farm, Greg Justice. Number 4, Temple Painter. Joe Ramos has a win on the card. Riding here for Spies Racing LLC. Spies Racing co-owns along with Randy Klopp, who trains. 5 Under the Palms with Manny Esquivel, trained by Kenny McPeak for Tilted Shamrock Stables LLC. 6 Sweet Heat with William Anton Georgi III, postword for breeder owner H. Allen Poindexter and Cara McGuire. 7 It's Forever, partnered again with Santos Sanjor, like Louder Than Words, postword and the Peony for Michael J. Wern, Bob Dont, and Tony Granitz. 8's a non-runner. Here's 9, Hoosier Promise. Alex Ashar with a couple of wins on the card. Riding here for a hat trick for Dick Perkins and Tony Granitz. 10 Annie Express with Amir Mendoza. Jazz Restri trains for Raquel Soriano. And completing the field, number 11, Spotty Showers with Danny Sheehy. Mike Lauer trains, owned by breeder Penny Lauer. 12, 13, and 14 all have been withdrawn. The field for the 2026 Peony Handicap. Course good, Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, 10-cent Pentafecta. Starts at the $5 last call Thoroughbred Double. 9th race capping off the card with the Bucaro. There, scratch 3, Stormback. 8, Take It and Run. 13, Terminally Handsome, and 14, Goldwyn. 9th race, the Bucaro. Scratch 3, 8, 13, and the 14. Off soon.
All right, everybody, this is FBG Dan Cronin. I'm going to take you up to the starting gate here for the $100,000 Peony handicap for fillies and mares, Indiana breds. And I think this big key to this race is, what is Martin Bedroza going to do on the one louder than words? Is he just going to allow the 3 and Fernando de la Cruz Royal Justice to dictate the pace, or is he going to get more aggressive today? Last time they hooked, he allowed Royal Justice to get in front of him. Will he do that again today? Or will he, from the rail, decide, not today, I'm going to send forward? That will change the entire race and the key to the first turn for everybody to watch. Who makes the lead between Louder Than Words and Royal Justice when they bank that turn? Now, will anyone else go with them? Will William Anton Georgie on Sweet Heat the 6 decide he's going to join the parade to the first turn, or just allow the 2 favorites to dictate this race? Because if they go too fast early and they all 3 hook up, my top pick for an upset here, the number 5, Under the Palms, and boy, does she look good on the racetrack. She could not look any better in her second start of the year for Kenny McPeak and Manny Esquivel. It's all about, can she get back to her old form? If she can compete here at now 6-1 on the board. The other dead closer here, It's Forever with Saint-Jean, also will be flying late at right now a robust 9-1. So it's all about, do you like the 2 speed horses, the favorites, the 1 and the 3, or do you think the 5 and 7, the 2 closers, can come flying? Up to you, John G. Dooley. I'm excited to see this one. Let's get it going.
Cheers, Dan Cronin, the first of our 2 premier handicaps, and the fillies and mares crossing over to the turf course here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, making their way up toward the mile and a 16th starting point. Even Money Royal Justice, Fernando de la Cruz for Aaron West. It's 3-1 Louder Than Words. Right now 5-1 on Under the Palms. Approaching the gate for the Peony. At the gate, it is now post time for the first of our 2 premier handicaps on the day. Post time for the Peony. They're going in, Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with Louder Than Words. First to take her position within the starting gate, William Anton Georgie III with Sweet Heat. Joins Louder Than Words. Loading up, Fernando de la Cruz Royal Justice. Stalled Even Money, favorite Royal Justice. Santos Sanjor, It's Forever. Joe Ramos with Temple Painter. Alex Ashar, a couple of wins on the card. Hoosier Promise, one of the Tony Granite's 3 here in the handicap. Manny Esquivel with Under the Palms. The mile and a 16th. Hoosier Promise. Right now out to 54-1 on Hoosier Promise. Will be a hat trick of wins on the card for Alex Ashar. Royal Justice now into 3-5 favoritism on Royal Justice.
Header off the 9.
2 back. Amir Mendoza with Danny Express. 1 more. Danny Sheehy with Spotty Showers. 3-5 on Royal Justice. First of our premier handicaps. They're in the gate. And they're off. And the Peony. And Temple Painter away well with toward the inside Royal Justice in the red cap, and Louder Than Words holds her position with the rail. Sweet Heat is right up there too as they make their way toward the first turn. With Joe Ramos, Temple Painter just leads out from Royal Justice, who engages toward the inside for the run into the first turn, and Sweet Heat is a close third. Louder Than Words, a ground-saving fourth, and they have 6 furlongs to run. With Under the Palms in fifth between horses, Hoosier Promise wide out to the stretch, orange and the blue hoops. It's Forever has secured a ground-saving spot as these fillies mares go to the back of this good-rated course. Annie Express and Spotty Showers, while settled to the hands of Danny Sheehy, has dropped back to last. The quarter, 23.30 seconds now with Fernando de la Cruz. Royal Justice takes the top and leads Temple Painter going past the half-mile pole. Royal Justice dictates the handicap. Temple Painter running second by 4. Sweet Heat just in third. Toward the inside, Marcelino Pedroza Jr. and Louder Than Words running in fourth position here as they go to the far side of the Caesars course. Under the Palms being driven from fifth. Hoosier Promise sixth. It's Forever is running in seventh. Then Annie Express and finally Spotty Showers. They round the far turn, half mile 46.89. And here's Temple Painter. Quickens up Royal Justice. 3/4 woman at 10.26 seconds. They make the swing and Temple Painter pounces on Royal Justice here in the Peony. It's Temple Painter and Royal Justice, and these two battle hard for it with 1 furlong to go. On the outside, Louder Than Words, it's Rever staying on. Spotty Showers has run toward the inside, but short on time with Fernando de la Cruz. Royal Justice thwarts Temple Painter in the Peony handicap. It's Rever third, Spotty Showers was fourth, then Louder Than Words. Under the Palms was next, well clear. $142.16 in the first of our premier races of the day. $142.16. It was 1-5 on Royal Justice at the off. 23-1 on upset-minded Temple Painter, the yellow 4. Royal Justice, Temple Painter, and here it is in the Peony handicap. Royal Justice, Temple Painter. Good battle that. It's Forever, Spotty Showers. Louder Than Words, Under the Palms, and then we trailed back. Hoosier Promise led home, Sweet Heat, Annie Express. 3-4, 7-11-1. First number 3, Royal Justice. Second number 4, Temple Painter. Number 7, It's Forever third. 11, Spotty Showers fourth, and the 1 Louder Than Words was fifth. 3-4, 7-11-1 after the Peony. Result official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the 3. Royal Justice with Fernando de la Cruz. Royal Justice is a 4-year-old dark mare brown filly by Cloud Computing. And a Golden Pioneer by Pioneer of the Nile. Aaron West trains for Greg Justice's Justice Farm. She was bred here in the Hoosier State by Justice Farm. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Royal Justice, wins the Peony Handicap of 2026. The 3-4 exacta paid $22.40. 50-cent pick 3 capped off by Royal Justice, $17.40. 10-3 double, $22.80. 50-cent trifecta, $30.80. 10-cent superfecta, 3, 4, 7, 11, $56.58. The 10-cent pentafecta, noting louder than words, was 5th. Winner's presentation after the Peony. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Royal Justice. Game win in 142.16. 20 minutes away from the Bucaro. Final handicap of the day. Scratch 3, Stormback, 8, Taken and Run. Scratch 13, Terminally Handsome, and 14, Goldwyn. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and our final pentafecta of the day. Post time for the Bucaro, 6:29.
Here with winning trainer of the Peony, Aaron West with Royal Justice. Talk about her guts that she showed in that race, because she was headed mid-stretch in her ability to battle back.
Yeah, she's a gutty filly, always has been, and when they flashed 10 and change, I was a bit worried. And the running comes, she laid it down, and Fernando asked her, and she went on.
She got the lead in the race, and you must have been somewhat pleased, I'm guessing, when Watcher scratched early on to your inside to alleviate some of the other speed.
Yeah, it was unfortunate she scratched, but yes, it helped, which we weren't planning on being on the lead today. It's just, it took us there.
Yeah, she's been such a versatile filly for you. She's already won on dirt. She's won on synthetic. She obviously has won on grass. She's won on the lead. She's won from off the pace, and she's been competitive a mile and a quarter, and she's really good at a mile in a 16th. What's the best spot for her?
Any distance is good for her. She's very patient, normally relaxes. She's a little keen today, which was unlike her. But like I said, they throw obstacles at you when you break the gates, and we just got to go with it.
And that was a really good ride, wasn't it, from Fernando?
Absolutely, absolutely. Instead of choking her out and making her go back, he finally just let her open up and give her a little breather so she could finish.
2.5 months left. It's gotten louder. 2.5 months left in this meeting. How many more times do you think? Maybe you can't answer that right now, but are you planning on running her?
She's strictly grass, so as long as Chris helps us with the condition book, we'll run her. But there's not a whole lot of conditions left for her.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Peony goes to the favorite, Aaron West, Fernando de la Cruz, Royal Justice.
Premier handicaps, they're in the gate. And they're off. And the Peony. And Temple Painter away well with toward the inside. Royal Justice in the red cap, and Louder Than Words holds her position with the rail. Sweet Heat is right up there too as they make their way toward the first turn. With Joe Ramos, Temple Painter just leads out from Royal Justice, who engages toward the inside for the run into the first turn, and Sweet Heat is a close third. Louder Than Words, a ground-saving fourth, and they have 6 furlongs to run. With Under the Palms in fifth between horses, Hoosier Promise wide out to the stretch, orange and the blue hoops. It's Forever has secured a ground-saving spot as these fillies mares go to the back of this good-rated course. Annie Express and Spotty Showers, while settled to the hands of Danny Sheehy, has dropped back to last. The quarter 23.30 seconds now with Fernando de la Cruz. Royal Justice takes the top and leads Temple Painter going past the half-mile pole. Royal Justice dictates the handicap. Temple Painter running second by 4. Sweet Heat just in third. Toward the inside, Marcelino Pedroza Jr. and Louder Than Words running in fourth position here as they go to the far side of the Caesars course. Onto the Palms being driven from fifth. Hoosier Promise sixth. It's Forever is running in seventh. Then Annie Express and finally Spotty Showers. They round the far turn, half mile 46.89. And here's Temple Painter. Quickens up Royal Justice. 3/4 woman at 10.26 seconds. They make the swing and Temple Painter pounces on Royal Justice here in the Peony. It's Temple Painter and Royal Justice, and these two battle hard for it with 1 furlong to go. On the outside, Louder Than Words, It's Rivers staying on. Spotty Showers has run toward the inside, but short on time with Fernando de la Cruz. Royal Justice thwarts Temple Painter in the Peony handicap. It's Premier. "15 minutes away from the Bucaro handicap to cap off the card today. Just as a reminder, Thursday's card from 2:10. No live racing here on Friday and Saturday. It's an all quarter horse card here. Hope you can join us for the next two racing programs. And those will be tomorrow from 2:10 and Saturday, the all quarter horse card from 10:45 a.m. Royal Justice just took out the Peony handicap. The Bucaro handicap ahead at 6:29. Congratulations to Ronald Meyer picking up the $100 in today's edition of Racing Rachel's Warriors. Wednesdays are for winning here all season long at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Ronald Meyer taking home the top prize, $100 in today's Racing Rachel's Warriors. It was a tie for second, $50 to both Jerry Anderson and Terry McDonald in today's contest.
Minutes to the 9th race, and Maddie and I, that 3, I mean, Temple Painter was right there, but what a good effort for the Justice Farm again.
That was a heck of a horse race.
It really was.
Yeah, I mean, Temple Painter ran her eyeballs out, got the lead, lost it, came back again, eye to eye with Royal Justice, and Royal Justice with that class and the desire to win races, especially over this turf course, got the job done. In the Peony, we have another stakes race here named after an unbelievably fast sprinter in Bucaro.
Yes, love Harlan Walter, and Tim Gleischall still a part of the Indiana Bred program as our HBPA executive director. Used to train. Yeah, Harlan Walter's my man. And, you know, Tim Gleischall trained this horse. Bucaro was an amazing, and he's a stud now in New York, just moved there. So very excited to have a race named after him. Let's, without further ado, talk about the defending champion of this race, Runaway Rojo, the 7, Keith Asmussen, fresh off of his honeymoon with the incomparable Andy Biancone. Asmussen now for his father, Steve. And this is your top pick, Maddie.
Yeah, a lot of people's top pick. Opened up as the favorite, Runaway Rojo. That last start was very interesting. I know it's dirt, but you look at the comment. I hit 3/16. So I want to go back and look at that. Yep. The horse to his outside literally struck him in the eye.
Yeah.
And I love the fact the horse was like, really? You're going to hit me in the face? He responded and won by 3 parts
It almost made him mad. Like, it looked like it made him mad. He was like, I'm going to get in front of you just to spite.
I think it did. As a professional boxer, I know it makes me angry as well when that happens.
Better watch out.
So, and this is a horse that he won this race last year. Yes, it was off the turf, not the same situation. To me, this horse, you know, he has that city zip on top. His only start on grass, you might look at it and go, oh, he was 7 feet and 8 lengths. That was an optional 50 open company.
Yep.
The buyer was very good, and the winner of that race, Vote No, won a $200,000 stake race at Delaware at his next start, buyers of 93 and 96. I don't think that the grass will be a problem at all for Runaway Rojo. He's a horse that, it's not like he's the fastest horse in the world, and there's some big scratches in here in terms of the pace, especially the 8, take it and run, but he's going to be relatively close up, I think, to this pace, probably in the nice stalking spot.
I'm going to bounce to my top selection, the 12, Gas Alley here in this race. And it's Danny Sheehy, Mike Lauer, who just won one Saturday when we had some handicaps. Really nice speed in his last race.
What odds are you getting here?
I'm getting 5 to 1 on Gas Alley.
I think you get better than that, though.
Yes, and this horse just won at the distance on the same surface, has good speed. I just love him. I don't think that the outside's going to be a big deal for him at all. What do you think?
No, I mean, he's won, what, 3 of his last 4? Mm-hmm. He's won sprinting on dirt, routing on dirt, and routing on turf. So another horse that can really do it all. This race, you know, I was a fan of the Peony, but I did think that we had a standout in Royal Justice. We have no standout
Yeah,
here.
no, not at all. I think this is such a fun betting race for sure.
Yeah, if you have no idea who's going to be the favorite, that's a good betting race. I didn't
it's bouncing around now.
Yeah, now it's the 1. That's who.
Kingsbury Road. That's our leading jockey, Fernando, who just won the last race.
That's our man, Dan Cronin. That's who he likes in this race. And yes, I was proud that when I heard that you singled Kingsbury Road, I got a little weepy, a little tear in my eye.
There you go.
Yeah, and now the horse is getting bet. I like all the angles that he gave, and he made, winning machine, big win, big figure last start. He's bred to handle turf, so I'm not too worried about that. The thing I'm worried about with the 1 is the running style. He comes from pretty far back, and there is no pace in this race. That's why Gizzoli, the 2, is an interesting long shot because he's going to be in front. Is he good enough to win this race? We'll find out. It says 7 minutes, more like 13. But he's going to be on the lead in this race, and if he can slow things down the front end, it's not like he's a bad horse. He's 6 for 18 lifetime. He ran a pretty good second in his last start. He was a solid 3rd on turf, couple starts back. That's the question, the class. But from the way the race shapes up, he's going to be in a good spot. That's going to be in front.
I love Gizzoli. I'm just a little bit worried about, handicap Premier Racing kind of stakes company groups with what he's been running. And also, every time I pick him, he loses. So I did not pick him today. So you guys better just go ahead and put your money on Gizzoli. I think he's going to do really well. Another one that we do need to mention is the 5 Chicory Blaze right now at 9-2. Both Maddie and I have it in our selections. I'm going to put in my exacta spot. He's picked it for his try. Chicory Blaze for Rob Dobbs coming off that July 30th try routing on the turf and did win. And then I went back to the July 30th of last year in the Governor's one. That was on the dirt, but just another nice one. And before that, the Snack he won on the turf here as well, routing. Rodney Prescott also. He's been around this track a time or two, I
He
think.
can stay relatively close up. He loves competing on July 30th.
He
Apparently.
does. That's his date.
He's won back-to-back years on the second to last day of July. Yeah, I put him third. You know what's a good betting race? When the horse that I put second and you put third, VMAX, is 5-1.
Yeah.
And he's won 5 straight grass races.
It's insane.
5 straight turf races.
That shows you how tough this race is, Maddie, because honestly, that's what I was thinking. We hadn't even, when I was talking about my picks today, when I was on Steve Vick this morning, I said, and we haven't even mentioned VMAX or the defending champion, and we had already talked about 3 or 4 horses.
Do you have the most appearances on the Steve Vick show?
I'm the closer. He just brings me in for a laugh and a little bit of horse relief at the end, I think.
Okay, because I don't know. I mean, you got to be triple digits on that show, I would think. I've been on once.
I love me some Steve Vick.
I've been on once.
Gas Alley, my top pick, but you have VMAX surrounded out. Ethan West, Aaron West, his brother, just won a race. I don't see why he couldn't. And I love Ethan on the grass. I think he is such an amazing grass trainer. And another one coming off a win at the distance.
Yep, and third off the 7-month layoff, 6 for 11 with 3 seconds over this turf course. I put him in second, but Runaway Rojo on top, and the price starting to elevate, which is a good thing. Opened up at 5-2, now 7-2. Hopefully we can squeeze out, $10, $11 if Runaway Rojo. Keith is the father, the winningest trainer in the history of the sport, the Hall of Famer Steve Asmussen, can win the Bucero.
That's right. Those are our thoughts here. They're heading to the track. Want to send it to John G. Dooley for the post parade of the 22nd running of the Bucero, $100,000 added race here today. This will be our final premier race. Good luck, everyone.
The horses called postward now for the 9th race. The Bucero handicap to cap off the card. Course good here over the mile and 16th. A field of 11 this year. Scratch 3 Stormback, 8 Take It and Run, 13 Terminally Handsome, and scratch 14 Goldwyn. The field for the 2026 Bucero handicap. One is Kingsbury Road. Fernando de la Cruz riding for the Premier Race Double. Here for Bob Gorham and Marion Avgorum Revocable Trust. Number 2, Gisoli with Amir Mendoza. Postword for Gennaro Garcia's Southwest Racing Stables Incorporated. Scratch 3. 4 is VMAX with Alex Ashar. Ethan West trains for owner Marianne Hunt. Number 5, Chicory Blaze with Rodney Prescott. Trained by Rob Dobbs Jr., the Joseph Hickman homebred. Number 6, McAdoo with Joe Ramos. Danny Simpson trains for Amy and John Napario. Here's number 7, Runaway Rojo with Keith Asmussen. Trained by the Hall of Famer Steve Asmussen for West Point Thoroughbreds and James Nichols, the West Point Silks here. 8's a non-runner. 9, Serbaji with Marcelino Pedroza Jr. for Gennaro Garcia's Southwest Racing Stables Incorporated, Bruce Murphy and Lori Murphy owners. Number 10, Berloni with Samir Bermudez, trained by Ray Paquette III for owners Jay Oringer, Steve Hornstock, Baytree Stables LLC, and Al Bianchi Racing LLC. Number 11, 9 Questions with Santos Sanjor, Tony Granitz trains for Calvin Johnston's Lucky J Stables LLC. 12 is Gas Alley with Danny Sheehy. Mike Lauer trains for Penny Lauer. And drawing into the Bucero is the 15 Junkyard Justice, partnered again with Joseph Romero, trained by Augustin Gonzalez Jr. in the colors of Campos Family Ventures LLC. There they are for the Bucero.
Okay, we're going to the last race of the day here, the $100,000 Bucaro handicap. And I need, everyone on X needs the one, Kingsbury Road. There he is on the track looking good. He's all tight and ready with the blue blinkers. Fernando de la Cruz. You know, those last three speed figures, 84, 84, 91, are too much for this field. The question is, can he get there with a lack of pace? Can he get the trip? And will he like the turf? We don't even know that. He's only been on it once in his entire career. Got beat 2 lengths back in 2024. Kingsbury Road is the single, at least for me and for many others out there. The 12 Gas Alley is now the favorite at 7-2, and Rachel's pick out in the parking lot, as I like to say, has to overcome that post, but obviously fits in here. Needs to run a little bit better, faster on speed figures to win though. The 4 VMAX has a hot trainer and rider and 6 wins on the turf, and you get 7-2 on that one. Gizzoli, the 2, 13-1 is a very interesting long shot here. Speed on the inside with one of my favorite riders on the planet, Amir Mendoza. This kid can really ride, and if he sends this colt to the lead, Gizzoli has a big chance. I haven't even talked about the defending champ yet, the number 7 Runaway Rojo. You get 7-1 on that one. Of course, it's a whole different ball game this year because it's on the grass. So as you can tell, this is a wide open affair. I haven't even mentioned the 5 Chicory Blaze. Comes off a good win, a good inside post, and obviously has a chance at 9-2. There's a bunch of them in here. I hope you're alive in the pick 4s and pick 5s. I know who I'm rooting for. The number 1 Kingsbury Road, Fernando de la Cruz. Come on, my man, give me a thrill. Back up to John G. Dooley to finish this off.
Dan Cronin, thank you. Kingsbury Road with Fernando de la Cruz riding for the Premier Handicap Double. Leading the 11 over to the turf course here, rated good. Making their way up toward the 1:16 starting point for the Bucaro. At the gate, it is now post time for the Bucaro Handicap. First to go in, Kingsbury Road. Would be the handicap double for Fernando de la Cruz. Royal Justice won the Peony. Keith Asmussen with Runaway Rojo facing up to the gate. Runaway Rojo joins Kingsbury Road. Amir Mendoza with Gizzoli to post 2. Here 11 run. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with Serbaji like Gizzoli, both for Gennaro Garcia. Tops the trainers' ranks here this season. Right now, VMAX a 2-1 favorite, 5-2 on Chicory Blaze. There's 5-1 on Kingsbury Road, was first to the 11 to move into the starting gate. Gas Alley is 9-2. And 8-1 on Runaway Rojo. Now Gizzoli has gone all in. Rider off of Serbaji. There's VMAX. Installed a 2-1 favorite. Be a hat trick of wins on the card for Alex Ashar. Earlier recording his 350th career victory in North America, did Alex. VMAX in. Rodney Prescott, Chicory Blaze joined. Joe Ramos with McAdoo. Sammy Bermudez, Berlone. Santos Sanjor, 9 questions. Here over the mile and a 16th. Danny Sheehy with Gas Alley. Good evening to all. This to cap off the card. Course good. One more. Joseph Romero with Junkyard Justice. Last of the day, all in. Alex Ashar trying to reset here on VMAX. They were all in line. Two to 1, VMAX has just been backed out to the starting gate. Chicory Blaze right now the 9-5 favorite. The other 10 in the starting gate are standing well, waiting for VMAX. Okay to reload and run. Alex Ashar back up on VMAX, so stand by. Over the mile and a 16th. The starter here this season, Oscar Quiros, has the trigger in hand. VMAX, ready. They're off. And the Bucaro Handicap of 2026. And VMAX away well with toward the inside Gizzoli, an early run to vie for the early lead is Gizzoli along with Chicory Blaze. VMAX now allowed to settle, and right there is McAdoo. As they make their way toward the first turn is Chicory Blaze and McAdoo. They're right together. Gizzoli's in third, and Danny Sheehy has Gas Alley and the leading quartet. In the early stages, they made a break with 6 furlongs to go out to the stretch. These 4 from Runaway Rojo in the black cap with VMAX toward the rail. As they go to the back of this good course, that to the inside is Kingsbury Road, has been joined by Sir Baji, 2 clear from Berlone, a length away to wide Junkyard Justice and 9 questions trails. The quarter 23.45 seconds, and it's McAdoo, who's taking a short lead for Joe Ramos, a half mile to go in the Bucaro, and McAdoo just leads Chicory Blaze, who's toward the inside for Rodney Prescott as they make their way toward the far turn now. And then comes Gizzoli, who's a joint third with Gas Alley. 5 lengths away to VMAX, trying to close in now from 5th. Runaway Rojo is 6th. Half mile, 47.66. Then farther back to Sir Baji. They're all over the map with inside 3 furlongs to go. Following Sir Baji is Berlone, who's looking to quicken. Kingsbury Road, no impression just yet. 9 questions in Junkyard Justice. It's McAdoo as they turn for home in the Bucaro. 3/4, 1 minute 11.67 seconds. McAdoo, Chicory Blaze looking to stay on with the rail. 1 furlong to go. McAdoo, Chicory Blaze's game. Berlone is closing inside the final half furlong, and here's VMAX, who's charging hard on the outside. Chicory Blaze and VMAX, Chicory Blaze and Rodney Prescott in the Bucaro Handicap holds VMAX. Berlone was third, and next across the finish in a photo between Gas Alley and McAdoo. Five, 4, 10, and then a photo. 142.93, number 5, Chicory Blaze, 9-5 first. 4 VMAX at 2-1 second, 10 Berlone, 18-1 third. 4th is up to the judges. Sir Baji back in 6th. Then we trail back to 9 questions in 7th. Gisoli Vide was 8th in the Bucaro. Runaway Rojo, another that tailed off with Kingsbury Road. Stand by for the 4th and 5th. It's gone to Chicory Blaze. Rodney Prescott, second all-time winningest jockey here in the Hoosier State. Rob Dobbs Jr., Joseph Hickman's homebred. It's Chicory Blaze at 9-5 in the Bucaro to cap off the day. The judges have posted number 6, McAdoo 4th. 12, Gas Alley was 5th. 5-4, 10-6, 12 in the Bucaro. Result official. And the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circle number 5, Chicory Blaze with Rodney Prescott. Chicory Blaze, a 4-year-old chestnut gelding by alternation. The Lady Blue by FedBiz. Rob Dobbs Jr. trains the now 5-time winner for Indiana breeder owner Joseph Hickman. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Chicory Blaze. 5-4 exacta 15.60. 3-5, $5 last call double 34.50. The 50-cent trifecta $37.90. $1 Itoba late pick 4, capped off by Chicory Blaze, 126.20. Final results in. Pentafecta $145.96, pick 3 $16.90. 50-cent late pick 5 $162.10. Winner's presentation. Final race of the day to the winning connections of Chicory Blaze. Congratulations again. Rodney Prescott, second all-time winningest jockey here in the Hoosier State. For Rob Dobbs Jr., Joseph Hickman's homebred, Chicory Blaze in the Bucaro to cap off the card in 142.93. As a reminder, live racing resumes on Thursday. First race post time will be at 2:10. Right now, that'll do it for me from the broadcast booth. Keep it right here for the post-race show. Matt Carruthers. Matt, where did Rodney go? Congratulations to Joe Hickman. Rob Dobbs Jr. with Chicory Blaze, Matty. And the Bucaro.
I'm here with Joe and Stacy Hickman, victorious owners of the Bucero with Chicory Blaze. Joe, congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. It's an incredible thrill.
Talk about the trip that Rodney gave Chicory Blaze, getting to on the inside like that.
Oh, man. I mean, Chicory always, it gives us such a thrill every time. And that, going on the backside, he backed out a hair, and we were like, I was like, I don't know, but Rodney knew what he was doing, and coming up the rail was.
He's always on him.
Oh yeah.
Rodney's ridden him.
So Stacy, it's always emotional winning a $100,000 event, but this is even more for you guys. You guys bred this guy.
We love this little guy. Yeah, I mean he's not a little guy now, but yeah, watching him is like watching one of your kids graduate college. Yeah, pretty incredible.
Were you? I mean, I'm not sure exactly where he was early on this race, but the pace was slow. McAdoo got away with a slow half mile, actually a slower half mile by, I think, 3/5 than what they went in the previous race in the Peony. Did that concern you at all?
No, I thought the race set up that, some of the speed scratched out of there, and Chicory was up. He was up front, just off the pace. And I thought the race set up good for him, and he was right where he needed to be.
Any celebratory plans for tonight, Stacy? Celebratory plans for tonight?
We're headed to the Travers from here.
Are you really?
We are, yeah.
Enjoy yourself at Saratoga.
It'll be a 10-hour celebration.
And congratulations on the win.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good people. Brett owned the winner of the Bucero. That's Chicory Blaze in the 9th and final on a Wednesday from Horseshoe.
They're off in the Bucero Handicap of 2026. And VMAX away well with toward the inside Gizzoli, an early run to vie for the early lead is Gizzoli along with Chicory Blaze. VMAX now allowed to settle, and right there is McAdoo. As they make their way toward the first turn is Chicory Blaze and McAdoo. They're right together. Gizzoli's in third, and Danny Sheehy has Gas Alley and the leading quartet. In the early stages, they made a break with 6 furlongs to go out to the stretch. These 4 from Runaway Rojo in the black cap with VMAX toward the rail. As they go to the back of this good course, that toward the inside is Kingsbury Road, has been joined by Sir Baji, 2 clear from Berloni, a length away to wide Junkyard Justice and 9 questions trails. The quarter 23.45 seconds, and it's McAdoo, who's taking a short lead for Joe Ramos. A half mile to go in the Bucero, and McAdoo just leads Chicory Blaze, who's toward the inside for Rodney Prescott as they make their way toward the far turn now. And then comes Gizzoli, who's a joint third with Gas Alley. 5 lengths away to VMAX, trying to close in now from 5th. Runaway Rojo is 6th. Half mile, 47.66. Then further back to Sir Baji. They're all over the map with inside 3 furlongs to go. Following Sir Baji is Berloni, who's looking to quicken. Kingsbury Road, no impression just yet. 9 questions in Junkyard Justice. It's McAdoo as they turn for home in the Bucero. 3/4, 1 minute 11.67 seconds. McAdoo, Chicory Blaze looking to stay on with the rail. 1 furlong to go. McAdoo, Chicory Blaze's game. Berloni is closing inside the final half furlong. And here's VMAX, who's charging hard on the outside. Chicory Blaze and VMAX. Chicory Blaze and Rodney Prescott in the Bucero handicap holds VMAX. Berloni was 3rd.